currently on strike, and he's gone bang again. And a magnificent shot there, and it's cut away to the backward point boundary. So 8 runs is the current score. We've got Paul Ryan at the non-striker's end and John Medsforth taking strike at the moment. An expensive start to the first over here from Johan Harrup, who's coming in from the Mackay airport end. And another drive out to cover, and no run there. So no rain overnight. We were fortunate enough to have 2 bands of rain go both south and north of Harrup Park. So great work here by Pete and his merry men, the curators of Harrup Park. We see Johan Houth, and a lovely shot again into the covers by Jed Mensforth, who sees the last ball of the first over, and the Australians have moved on to 8 without loss. So conditions here are absolutely perfect for cricket today. There's a bit of a left to right breeze here, probably blowing at about 15 to 20 kilometres an hour, keeping the humidity down and making the player comfort perfect. And we're going to see Dave Goldingham, I think that is, coming in from, I guess we'll call it the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. And he'll push up the hill and into that slight breeze that will blow across from his left to right. We see Wayne Robbins up on the stump, so this will be the first delivery that Paul Ryan will get to face, and we saw a magnificent century from Paul earlier in the week, so he's in great form. As we have a quick look at the field here, we have a first slip, backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and we have a man out on the square leg boundary. So quite a defensive field here to start with from the New Zealand team. As we see the ball wrap, Paul Ryan on the pads there. I'm joined up here in our commentary box and team by Mark Horswell, who's bringing the pictures and also the live scoring here through NV Play. We have Mick McGough, and a lovely shot down the ground by Paul Ryan. Races away to the boundary, and value for shots here today. Anything that gets through that infield is going to be for lightning fast ground. Even though the ground has been underwater for the last 3 days, the curators have done a magnificent job here. They've brought out I'm not going to say the super soppers, but they had the mowers out late yesterday afternoon and gave the ground a mow, and it's in immaculate condition here. And just short of a length there, and deflected out to the offside, and no run there. So the current score is none for 12. Australia have got off to a fairly good start. Currently going at about 8 and over by the looks of it. So looking for a quick single there, and no run. So we saw some fabulous cricket played over the last couple of days on hard wicket out at the Walkerston Cricket Club, and Paul Ryan allows that to go through to keeper Robbins, and no run. We'd like to just acknowledge the Walkerston Cricket Club and Lloyd and his crew out there mowing ovals and covering hard wickets and bowlers run-ups. Allowed us to get to this stage where we have 2 teams compete against each other today, as we see the completion of the first over from Dave Goldingham, and his first over is completed, and he has just that solitary boundary. So he has bowled that 1 over and none for 4. A number of other people I'd like to also thank for allowing us to be here today. Matthew Brown and Mel, and they've been very, very supportive, organising ice and organising the lunches to the grounds, obviously helping with pitch inspections, etc. throughout the course of the week. So thank you to the team from the Mackay Cricket Club, or Mackay Cricket Association, I should say. Best job in the world here in Mackay, working at Harrup Park with 5 turf wickets at their disposal. And this is probably the number 2 venue within the complex, Jack Lancaster Oval number 3. And allowed to pass through once again. So nice tidy lines to start the second over here from Johan Howarth. And a play and a miss outside off stump there. It stayed a little bit low that time and allowed, well, through to the keeper. So we have a look at Johan Howarth's field. He has a mid-off, a cover, backward point, a deep cover on the boundary line, a third man, fine leg, and a forward square leg and mid-on. So quite a defensive field here set by Scott McCarty early on. And another cut shot races away to the boundary line for 4 backward of point. And Houston attempted to make an effort to get that, to stop that ball there, but it was smashed and timed wonderfully well there by Jed Mensforth, who now races to 12 from 10 deliveries. So a good start here to Jed. And I heard a conversation last night, may have been last night or the night before, and Paul Ryan suggested that Jed should maybe hang around and stay there and see if he can get a large score today. So he's well on the way here. And another cut shot and directly to Hewson. Stephen Hewson fielding there at backward point, so no run. And another cut shot there and an under edge there. And I can see the pitch is staying a little bit lower here. So Jed Mensforth will need to be careful with that cut shot. It's nearly played back onto the stump. So very tidy over there from Johan Howarth, now bowling or completed his second over and has none for 12. So good start here by the Australians as they look to set out and set a target. I would expect, based on what we've seen over the past 3 days, they'd be needing to look to push up around that 300 mark to give their bowlers the opportunity to defend whatever target they set, because we've seen the Kiwis, they bat basically down to 11, and it's whatever target is set, the Kiwis are confident they will chase down. We see a ball down the leg side, and Cole Morris raises his arms and shows the score as the armpits. So another first extra there to the score for the Australians. So he'll have to re-bowl that delivery, but good take there by Robbins. And another ball down the leg side, so 2 wides in a row here, and good keeping there by Wayne Robbins. So we've seen over the past 3 games that we've played that catching has been the biggest problem that teams are facing, as we see Paul hit that ball down the ground, and that's got through the on-field fielder there, but great work by Scotty Pender as he chases down towards the boundary line and returns that, restricting the score to 1. So good effort there. Diving effort there by Brent Fleming, but well backed up and supported there by Scotty Pender, who chased the ball down and returned the ball back into the bowler's end. So we see Jed Mensforth, the right-hander, now on strike. And we have a slipper third man backward point cover, deep cover on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. And another attempted cut shot there. Scott McCarty got a bit excited there at first slip. Forward defensive shot there by Jed Mensforth. And a lovely cut shot just in front of point there, out to the boundary for 4. So Jed Mensforth only knows one way how to score here today, and he's raced to 16 with 4 magnificent boundaries. So showing his intent early here. No run there. We see the ball worked away to the third man boundary, and Johan down there on the boundary line returned the ball back in. So 2 runs to Jed Mensforth there. Breaks his consecutive run of 4 boundaries, and that's the completion of the Goldingham over. And he now has 2 overs and none for 12. So the current score is none for 25. Completion of 4 overs. So going along at over 6 and over at the moment. So great start here to Australia. So Howarth resuming or commencing his 3rd over here, bowling to the left-handed Paul Ryan. And he looks to chase that a little bit wider and works it out to mid-on for a quick single. So he moves to 6, takes the score to 26 without loss. Forward defensive shot there by Mensforth, and no run. Fantastic lines here from Johan Howarth in this over so far. Looking for a quick single out there just in front of point, but no run again. Well fielded there by Stephen Hewson. and worked into the gap between first slip and gully, and they scamper through for a quick single. Good backing up there by Paul Ryan, and that sees the completion of Howard's third over. He has none from 14. Sorry, none from 14. He has no wickets for 14 at this stage from his 3 overs. Current score is 27 without the loss of a wicket. And the ball driven on the bounce out to Chris Jeffries, and well fielded there by Chris at cover. And once again, no run. Goldingham resuming or commencing his third over. That's way down the leg side, and brilliant piece of work there by Wayne Robbins, stopping any chance of extra wides. And another wide and an extra to the Australian score. But Dave Goldingham a little bit wayward at the moment. And a lovely shot into that cover area there for a single. Takes men's fourth for 20 from 24 balls. And we have Paul Ryan, 6 from 8, taking strike. So some changes to the field here. Once again, quite a defensive field set here by Scott McCarty with a third man, backward point, deep cover, but an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. And well wide of the stumps again, and another piece of handy glove work from Wayne Robbins. And that's worked down to fine leg there. They'll look to come back for 2 or 3. There's a long chase there from 2 or 3 fielders from the New Zealanders, and they're happy to take 2. So the Aussies move into the 30s, none for 31. And no run there. And that's worked just backward a square for a quick single. A good batting there by Paul Ryan, who's accumulating the runs at the moment in 1s and 2s. And that's the completion of Dave Goldingham's third over and his none for 17 from those 3 overs. So current score, none for 32. So Johan Howarth here, about to commence his 4th over. And Paul Ryan, the left-hander, on strike. That's worked out to backward square on the boundary, where we see a good piece of fielding there by Craig Gibb. That takes the score to 33. A nice solid start here from the Australians at the moment, going at 5.35 and over. As I indicated, a defensive field set here. And John Mensforth hits the ball directly into the ground, and another good piece of fielding there. Chris Jeffries. And all worked out to square leg there, but no run again. Well fielded by Martin Pike. So the Kiwis are working their way back into this game after a flurry of fours early on. Starting to bowl really good lines and lengths here at the Jack Lancaster Oval in Harrup Park in Mackay, Queensland. And that's Fuller, and that's hit down the ground, and quick single there, and a good piece of fielding there down at mid-on. And that was Brent Fleming there, diving away to his right and restricting the scoring to just one run. So now we have Paul Ryan on strike. We have a slip, third man, backward point, deep cover on the boundary, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. And he goes straight down the ground, along the carpet all of the way, and a magnificent shot there by Paul Ryan in fantastic form here this week as he continues to pummel the New Zealand bowlers with some beautiful straight drives. Signature shot there by Paul Ryan. Anything full, he looks to capitalise and hit straight down the ground. So he now moves to 14 from just 14 deliveries. And we have Jed Mensforth 21 from 27, so none for 38, the Australians. Halfway through the 7th over here. And that's worked in the air, and it's gone straight over the mid-wicket boundary. 2 bounces for 4. So another good over there to the Australians. Sees the completion of Johan Howarth's 4th over. He now has the figures of none for 24, and the score now goes to 42. And current run rate is an even 6 for the Aussies. So they'll be happy with this start so far, losing no wickets. And as we had a look at the pitch earlier today, it is an absolute belter that has been produced by the curators here at Harrup Park today. Hope you're enjoying the live pictures. And that's full. And it's come off the pad there, I believe. I think Jed Mensforth has missed that. So we'll probably see a leg by. Yes, it's a leg by. So he'd be disappointed with his efforts there to hit that ball down to fine leg. There's no one down there. He could have hit it anywhere he wanted to. So bit of a mishit there from Jed Mensforth there. Wide down the leg side, and another brilliant take there by Wayne Robbins. But Dave Goldingham here, a little bit wayward, both down the leg side and outside off stump. We see a ball driven down to mid-off and fielded by Scott Pender, and no run there. We talked about catches obviously being critical during this game, but also if the teams can bowl less deliveries and have less wides, it'll make an impact at the latter end of the day or the innings. And he's gone aerial there over mid-wicket out towards the boundary, and the fielder out there cuts off the ball, and they come back for an easy 2 there. And that was a great bit of fielding there by Martin Pike out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. A lovely shot there, flicked off his toes out to the mid-wicket boundary. And a play and a miss as he looks to cut the ball backward of point, so no run there. Got McCarty waiting there at a backward point out on the 30-metre arc. And Craig Gibb on the boundary. We see Paul Ryan play a forward defensive shot. There's also a third man as well. Straight down the ground before again by Ryan. Pitched up, and he likes them there. Magnificent shot. He now moves to 24 at the completion of the Goldingham 4th over, who now has none for 25 from those 4 overs. So the Australians, that brings up the 50. So great batting there by these two. And we have Jed on 21 and Paul Ryan on 24. So batting exceptionally well here today in this first set of overs. 8 overs gone now. As we see a change of bowling here, and the skipper's decided to take control. Scott McCarty coming in from the airport end. Bowling to the right-handed Jed Mensforth. And allowed to pass through to the keeper there. And you can see that it's just staying down a little bit. So be mindful of any cut shots. You run the risk of playing onto the stumps. So working hard here is Jed, looking to get the pace and the bounce and the wicket here today. And that's Fuller, and he's gone down the ground and well backed up there by Scotty Pender at mid-off, and they get through for a single. See the ball work backward of point there for a single. A misfield by Scotty Mason, but he did make a great effort of trying to get that. We see a cut shot there from Jed Mensforth, worked down to the third man boundary, picked up by Goldingham, and returned back to the keeper for 1 run. Paul Ryan on strike here to Scott McCarty. That ball's worked to mid-wicket for a very quick single there, and great backing up by John Mensforth. So completion of Scott McCarty's first over. A tidy one to start with just 4 runs coming from that over. So the Australians moving on nicely here at none for 54 after the 9th over. So for those people who are just joining us for the first time, the format of the game here is 45 overs. Each bowler can bowl 9 overs. As we see, the ball was hit straight down the ground and it landed just inside the line there for 4. Fantastic shot there by Paul Ryan, and he's in sublime nick here today. Moves to 30 now, having hit 5 boundaries. Way down the leg side there, and another wide, and a good piece of glove work there by Robbins. Goldingham's radar's a little bit offline at the moment, as that's wide outside the off stump and hit by Ryan out to the deep cover boundary. Straight down the ground by Jed Mensforth this time. Races away for another boundary here to the Australians. And they're working extremely hard here today. Lovely on drive there from Jed Mensforth. Takes his score now to 27, and the Australians are now none for 64. So the Kiwis will be looking to attempt to take a wicket here to put some pressure back on the Australians. As we see Jed, an inside edge there out to mid-wicket, and fielded by Stephen Hewson. And I discovered yesterday that his nickname is Baby Giraffe. That's short and well taken again by Robbins. One of Jed Mensforth's favourite shots there is the cut shot, and another one that he's missed out on, as we see a backward square and a gully and a third man waiting in anticipation. And another attempted cut shot there. So that sees the completion of Goldingham's 5th over. Has none for 35. The Australians none for 64. Currently going at 6.4 and over. And we'll see Scott McCarty resume here shortly for his 2nd over. See that ball race away to the boundary this time for 4 wides this time, so the Kiwi bowlers haven't got their radar with them today. So Australia now none for 69. Just waiting for the fielder to resume his position at third man. And Paul Ryan smashes that ball to mid-wicket and well fielded there. I think that's Chris Jeffries there. Or defensive shot there by Paul Ryan, very watchful, waiting for obviously something pitched up or with a little bit of room so he can play some of those glorious drives that he's been playing at throughout the course of this week. We see a cut shot there just in front of point. And Scotty Mason comes round, picks up the ball and returns to keeper Robbins for a single. So that takes Paul Ryan now to 32 from just 27 deliveries, and we have Jed Mensforth 27 from 36 deliveries. So Australia none for 70. No run there as the ball's hit just backward of square. Backward of point, sorry. Another cut shot there by Jed Mensforth. Got McCarty right arm in over, down the leg side, and that's going to race away down to that fine leg boundary. And I don't think the fielder down there is going to get to stop it. So another boundary to the Australians. This ground here today is lightning fast. And once again, the Kiwis straying with their line, and Australia taking full advantage here with a number of boundaries. I think that's the 11th boundary so far in this score of 74. So another great over there for the Australians, and Scott McCarty will be disappointed with his efforts in his second over, has none for 14. So a big shout out to everyone around Australia and New Zealand and internationally in other countries if you're tuning here today. This is the final of the inaugural tri-series for the over-55's, coming live from Jack Lancaster Oval number 3 at Harrup Park in Mackay, sunny Queensland. But it hasn't been sunny throughout the course of the week, but today's definitely the pick of the days. Blue sky, a few little light clouds blowing through, but definitely no rain on the radar. So we'll get a full 90 overs here today. So Scott McCarty making another bowling change. We see Scott Mason coming in, and he'll be bowling his left arm over mediums to the left-hander in Paul Ryan. We'll have a look at Scotty Mason's field. We have a short third man, point deep cover, extra cover mid-off, long on, mid-wicket deep square and a backward square. As we see Paul Ryan ease the ball down to that fielder at long on for just one run. And we see Paul Ryan calling for gloves at the end of the over. So we're in the 12th over. So we'll see drinks at the end of the 15th over. So the right-hander Mensforth on strike now. As Scotty Mason in to bowl and foolish outside that off stump. And Jed Mensforth has not moved and has smashed that ball to the deep cover boundary for 4. So a full toss there. And he's taken full toll of that delivery. Gave none of the fielders any chance and picked the gap beautifully. He now goes to 35 from just 40 deliveries, and the Aussie's going along at a nice clip here at nearly 7 and over. And another full ball hit again out to that deep cover boundary. This time well fielded out there by Martin Pike. So just the single this time. We talked about it yesterday in the game where we saw over 600 runs, and the intent of the batsman was obviously to score a boundary off the first couple of deliveries and then work the ball around. And we see the Australians doing just that, looking to score a boundary early in the over, work the 1s and 2s and then wait for any other loose balls and punishing them. Currently going at 7 runs and over now. A quick single there from Paul Ryan. Good batting. Hits the ball into the gap between point and cover. Paul now moves to 34. Jed Mensforth eases the ball out to the offside. See the completion of the over. So Scott Mason's first over. As I said, the Aussies are going at about 7 and over, and there's 7 off that first over from Scotty Mason. We're seeing a quick break here by the Australian batsman, looking to change gloves, and a water coming out for both batsmen. So even though it's a lovely cool breeze here today, in that full sun, it's pretty hot. So quick change of gloves, quick rehydrate. And we see the 2 guys that missed out on playing in the final here in Brad Perdue and John Short. Still doing the team thing, looking after the guys out in the middle. So they'll be kept busy throughout the course of the day with gloves and water and hats and caps and helmets and everything else that comes with the duties of a 12th and 13th man, or should I say 13th and 14th man. As we see another bowling change here happening. And we see Steve Hewson, Baby Giraffe, looking to come on from that Mackay airport end. And he'll be bowling to the left-hander Ryan. So Scott McCarty looking to get the field placings right here. He has a deep backward square on the boundary, a deep backward point on the boundary. And all the batsmen that have played against Hewson over the course of the week have seen and found his bounce and flight extremely difficult to get away. So Scott McCarty looking to make the bowling changes here. Try and peg back this aggressive Australian start here. As another fielding change is made by McCarty. And a play and a miss there by Paul Ryan. So good lines and lengths here from Baby Giraffe Hewson. As we have a quick look at his field, we have a deep backward point on the boundary. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square and a short fine leg. So 3 on the boundary here at the moment for the Kiwis, looking to stem this flow of runs coming from the Australian bats. Once again, an impeccable line and length there by Hewson. Probably been the pick of the slower bowlers in the first 3 games, especially when you consider that in excess of 450, 600 runs have been scored at each of the games. And a ball worked outside edge there, and it's racing away to the boundary. Probably they're not going to make that boundary down there at fine leg. And we see Scott Mason chase the ball to the boundary, so they get back for 3 runs. So another great delivery there from Houston, taking the outside edge there of the bat of Ryan. But another 3 runs scored. A good start here by the baby giraffe. We see the right-hander on strike now and some more field changes. So this right and left-hand combination putting a lot of pressure on Mackay as he looks to get his field right and hopefully look to secure that first Australian wicket. We have a short third man, deep point, forward point, mid cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. Last delivery here, and Mensforth works that ball onto the onside and gets through for a quick single. So a tidy over and a good start there from Houston, exactly what the skipper was looking for. And his first over goes for 4, with the Australians now moving on nicely to 85. The completion of the 13th over. So Mason will resume his second over. Hope you're enjoying the live stream and commentary here from the Jack Lancaster Oval. Hopefully we can get one of the Aussie boys up here in the commentary box after the drinks break and have a bit of a chat. Maybe someone we haven't spoken to previously. Always good to share the love here. Find out people's cricket journey and cricket story and where they're from and who they play for. And we see Mensforth on strike here, facing the left arm bowling of Mason. And another ball that stays low, with Mensforth looking to play that favourite late cut shot. We've got 2 waiting there, short third man and a backward point. He plays back again. You'll need to watch the bounce there. Seen a number stay a little bit low, remembering that this wicket has been undercover for the past 3 days. Hasn't had a lot of rolling. I saw the curators out there this morning giving it a roll. And a cut shot there down to third man. That's going to race away down to the boundary. Being chased by Johan Howarth. And a great piece of work there by Johan as Jed Mensforth gets back for 2. So the Aussies now move on to 87. And 2 deliveries remaining here from Mason. And that's wide outside the off stump and just dropped short in the follow through there. Don't think it carried, but we saw Scotty McCarty put his hands to his head. So potentially an opportunity there for the Kiwis to take their first wicket, but I don't think it carried. The last ball of the over here from Mason. And that's wide outside the off stump, and it's eased down to mid-off, where we see Scotty Pender come across from mid-on, and they get through for 1. So Mason now has 2 overs, none for 10. And we're going to be joined in the commentary box shortly by Tony Hickey. So we'll get him all wired up and make sure that he can hear us in his headset. You can hear me now, I'm sure, Hick. So we'll come back to you in a minute. So we see Steve Hewson resuming from the airport end. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Tony Hickey. Been opening the bowling all week for the Australians. So Tony Hickey, thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, Toff. Great day, and we're off to a good start.
Yes, as we see the ball worked down to short third man and well fielded by Scott Mason down there. So Jed Mensforth now moving along nicely here, moves to 41. And we have Paul Ryan on strike now, 37, so left-hander. So we might just quickly have a quick look at this field here. A deep backward point, forward point, cover back on the 30-metre mark. Same with mid-off and mid-on. Mid-wicket and a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket and backward square leg. And we see a quick single taken as Paul Ryan eases that ball into the vacant, I guess, gully region. So Hick, obviously a fantastic start here by the Australians, currently going at 6.2 and over, and they're currently none for 90. We've seen a lot of big scores as the ball's worked down to fine leg, and it looks like Jed's going to get back for another 2. But seen some big scores chased down by the Kiwis all day, so the Aussies get the opportunity to set that target. What's the expected target we're aiming for?
Yep. Oh, look, we're looking at about 330. I think that's what you need, given looking at their batting in the last few days. And the guys are working really now. Houston's bowled really well all week. The guys, I think, have just decided, right, I won't try and hit him for boundaries, just working for 4 or 5 and over and see if he bowls some loose stuff.
Yeah, and he's, I mentioned before you came to the commentary box, he's probably been the pick of the spin bowlers, I guess. That height that he comes from, and his nickname is Baby Giraffe, so he does come from a long way up, and the guys have found, especially on the hard wickets during the week, that unexpected bounce that he gets. As we see Hewson into Mensforth here, and he uses his feet there and hits the ball out behind backward point. And we see Craig Gibb off the boundary line, keeping the score to 1. So 330 is the score that they're looking to target here, and I received a text message earlier from Pierre Flavel, who's watching over in New Zealand in Christchurch, and he said at least 320 the Australians will be needing to get, when I mentioned we may need to look for 300. So we might just take a quick drinks break here, Hick, and we'll come back and have a bit of a chat and find out your cricket journey as well. So we'll be back very shortly.
Party.
Oh,
Wow.
Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice!
Almost said topping.
Oh.
I almost said topping.
Curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's a really.
Oh, yeah.
Harrup pineapple.
It's pretty good.
All right, crust.
Sounds amazing.
Mm.
Let us shoot pie.
So a quick drinks break there by the two batsmen, Mensforth and Ryan, and the New Zealand team, who stayed pretty close together there. So I would say that Scott McCarty's, I'm not going to say read the riot act, but maybe having a reassessment of where they're currently sitting and maybe a bit of a rev up. And talking off air, Tony, we talked about, bowling the right lines and, trying to bowl one side of the stumps and set a defensive field. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think we've all captained cricket, and it's much easier to captain if you know which side of the wicket the bowler's going to bowl. If you're bowling three one side and three the other, it's very difficult. Obviously, in a final, there's a lot of pressure on bowlers and batters, and just a little bit of pressure early.
As we see Scott Mason resuming from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end here at Lancaster Oval in the magnificent Harrup Park complex here in Mackay in Queensland. Left arm over to Jed Mensforth, who looks to go straight down the ground, but smashed into the stumps, and probably great piece of fielding there by both off stump and middle stump. Probably saved a boundary there to the Aussies. This complex, Tony, you've been around the traps and played a lot of cricket all around Australia. It's a great setup here.
Magnificent facility that obviously the Queensland government's invested in sport in Mackay, and just reaping the benefits of that now with having the international over 55's tournament. Obviously, to our left, there's an amazing ground that they're going to play Australia versus South Africa. So I think we should, if every government could see that the Queensland government's built here and built it into their regional areas, it'd benefit the economy of Australia.
Yes, as we see Jed Mensforth smash a boundary down to third man there off the bowling of Scott Mason, and he's now sitting on 48. So fantastic start here for the Australians, with both batsmen moving along nicely here. So a couple more fielding changes here being made by Scott McCarty, strengthening that backward point region. As we see another cut shot by Mensforth, and they get through for a quick single. So Jed now moves to 49 from 58 deliveries, and Paul Ryan is 38 from 36. So the left-hander here, Paul Ryan, probably the first time you've seen Paul bat, Tony, this week. Looks a class act, doesn't he?
He does, and he's obviously our keeper, and obviously need to develop a really good relationship with bowler and keeper. And to bowl to him a couple of days ago, and he would come up and not give you advice, but just really help with your energy levels and motivation. He's a very good keeper, as well as obviously great.
As we see Paul Ryan go bang over mid-wicket for another boundary to the Australians, and he now moves into the 40s. He's now 42 from 37. So that's the 14th boundary so far for the Australian innings, with Paul now having hit 6 boundaries and Mensforth having smashed 8. So the intent now for the Australians, we talked about if they go at 8 runs and over now, they'll make the 335 as he looks to punish the bowling again, and another ball hit out to the boundary, and a great shot there by Paul Ryan. Good effort and chased by Brett Fleming there out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. But 2 consecutive falls off those last 2 balls of the Scott Mason over. So Australia bring up their 100 in that over. None for 106, with Mensforth on 49 and Paul Ryan on 36. I hope we're bringing through some audio here. I'm not picking it up too well in my headset. I don't know if you're hearing it break up, Hick, but I am. It's maybe it's just my headset here. So good over there by the Australians.
Excellent. Those last 2 balls, I think the guys are in now, and they're just waiting on the loose delivery and really punishing it.
So I'm sure we'll see Hewson here look to continue from that airport end. and he's been the pick of the bowlers. But we've got Mensforth here sitting on 49, so he'll be looking to score. I think this would be his first 50 at international level, Hick.
Yeah, well, this is his first tournament, and obviously he's made some hundreds in the nationals, but certainly his first, he got 30 odd the other day, but something that Jed will really cherish.
And a 50 there to Jed Mensforth, and we'll go to the crowd for applause. And he raises his bat and comes together with his partner in crime, and it's a magnificent innings, and so far from Jed Mensforth, and plays at my home club in the Adelaide Hills for the Hills Flurio team, and we've batted a lot together over the years, and it puts goosebumps on the back of my neck to see Jed Mensforth secure his first 50 for Australia. As we see Paul Ryan hit the ball down, easing past Scott McCarty there at short mid-wicket, and Scotty Pender off the boundary stops the scoring to 1, so Paul Ryan now moves to 47 and Mensforth back on strike, and the score now none for 108. A foolish ball there, a lot of respect there from Mensforth there, and Hick, being a Mildura boy, and Jed also a Mildura boy, he'd be pretty proud of what Jed's been able to do so far today.
Yeah, as you say, I've played a bit of cricket with him at the Hills when I did early days, but mainly bowled to Jed in the Mildura area. So, yeah, but no, playing with him in this competition has been magnificent, and I know just how much he values the Australian and cap that he's wearing out there today, and he'd be hoping to go on for a big score so we can set this quality New Zealand batting line up, something to chase.
And currently none for 108. So he missed out on that opportunity there. It was a foolish ball, but hit straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. And he rocks back onto his favourite back foot and plays one of his favourite cut shots down to Scotty Mason at short third man. And that sees the completion of another tidy over there from Steve Hewson. And he now has bowled 3 overs and none for 12. So, as you said, Hick, the boys out in the middle there looking to just work Hewson over and just work the gaps and hopefully pick up, you know, a boundary from any loose balls. But at this stage, he's not giving the opportunity there for the Australians to hit the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, no, that's what I think. He's obviously been a quality bowler. We've seen him out a few days ago on the out at Walkerston, but that's what you can do. And then maybe he gets to over 5, hasn't got a wicket, or he might bowl a few loose ones and then put him under pressure. That's
very good. And we see the skipper from New Zealand coming on from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. So he'll push up hill into that breeze, and it's quite a refreshing breeze. I don't know what it's like out there in the middle for the guys batting, Hick, but you've been wandering around. Is it pretty hot out there in the sun?
a little bit. We just did a warm-up, obviously, at the start of the game, and did a bit of running and fielding. And, yeah, you do get a sweat up, but I think their concentration levels, and they're both pretty fit guys for 55. So I think they'll be fine. They've hit a lot of boundaries. They haven't had to run them all. Obviously, the last few overs, they've tightened the bowling, and they're doing a bit more running. But what we've seen so far, like Paul made 150 the other day, and Jed's batted for long times. So I don't think the conditions should impact the batting.
As we see a bit of a misfield there, and they get back for 2. So 2 runs from that Mensforth cut shot. So Ron Lord Nelson, 1-1-1. Hick, get your feet off the ground. Although I did that the other day with Croft, and he didn't want to play balls. So another cut shot by Mensforth, but this time no run. A good fielding down there at short third man, and that was Johan Howarth down there. So obviously over the last couple of games, Hick, you've been using the RJR cricket ball. Your thoughts on the RJR cricket ball? Probably, is it the first time you've used them?
Yeah, it's the first time I've bowled with them, and yeah, they're quite hard. So you get really good ping off the pitch. Obviously, I think it helps scoring as well because the batters get full benefit off the bat. It does, but it stays hard and gives bowlers a good chance if you put it in the right area. Probably punishes you a bit if you get too full or because it pings off the bat. But no, it has held up well, and we had the conditions the first game when we played that practice game, and it was really swinging. So, which I enjoy when they swing. Yeah, no, I've been very happy with the balls.
So a big shout out there to RJR Sports supporting veterans cricket here in Mackay this weekend or this week. McCarty working into the pads there of Paul Ryan, and he works the ball to backward square, and Jed's Mensforth gets through for another quick single. But a big shout out there to Ryan Armstrong and the support that he's provided the Veterans Cricket Australia here with the pink RJR four-piece ball, and I know the Kiwis are also enjoying using those cricket balls here through the tournament. And a wide ball outside off stump, and Jed Mensforth goes bang, and it goes backward a square and races away across this lightning outfield for another boundary. That takes him to 58, and that's his 9th boundary of the innings, and the Aussies are moving along well nicely here as they go to none for 117. Current run rate at 6.56 and over. And if they, as I said, if they go at 8 and over from here, they will reach a very, very tidy score of about 335 hicks. So that's around the area that you guys are looking to achieve. And good piece of fielding there by Johan Howarth as he dives to restrict the scoring to another cut shot from Mensforth. Completion of Scott McCarty's over, and he has now bowled 3 overs and has none for 23 as we see the worm heading north here for the Aussies as they come to the completion of the 18th over, currently none for 118. So Hick, tell us a little bit about your journey, especially in veterans cricket, obviously hailing out of Mildura, and maybe tell us a little bit about the club that you currently play for and how you got into veterans cricket.
Yeah, so veterans cricket, it was a competition. I think it was on September. There was a group of South Australians and Victorians over playing cricket, and Chris Cleary and a few of the guys were playing in a Sunraysia team, and they said, "Oh, how old are you, Hick?" I said, "Oh, I'm 46 or something." I said, "Oh, look, we're really short. Will you come out?" I said, "Well, I'm not 50." But anyway, I went out and played a game out at Merbein, and really enjoyed the company and the fact that there was an opportunity to go and play at state level and play in Adelaide and meet some new people and just expand your horizons a bit. So that sort of started, and then so I just sent an email actually over to the SAVCA comp and said, "Is there any teams looking for players?" And most of them were full, but the Hills weren't, and I got an email back saying, "Yeah, come over and have a game." So that was, I think, when I was about 54, and been playing ever since, and love it.
As we see a cut shot go down to third man, and a great attempt there by Scotty Pender, diving to his right. Unfortunately, couldn't get a hand on it, and it was brilliantly backed up down there by Craig Gibb on the deep third man boundary. So another single there to Jed. I'd love to see his wagon wheel, and you mentioned playing for the Hills Flurio, and myself, you and Jed all made that journey regularly over to Adelaide and played in a couple of premierships together, and it's been an enjoyable journey, no doubt, and it's fabulous to see both you guys now representing your country.
Yeah, it has been a great journey, and then moved on. I went back and to Mildura, where we're from, and talked to a few guys who were really interested. So then it became apparent that we couldn't all fit into the Hills, so we developed the Sunraysia over 50 side, and we started in Div 2 and won a premiership there, and then next year we're runners-up in Div 1. The last year we've struggled a bit. There's a few guys unavailable through injury and stuff, but we're really hopeful of building another strong squad from Sunraysia to play in the over 50 Div 1 competition in 25, 26.
And great news for the future, I guess, and the pathway of veterans cricket in that Sunraysia Mildura region. as we see Mensforth go down the ground to mid-off and gets another single. So none for 121, but the juniors coming through in the over 40s, as we call them. Some quality players currently or recently representing Australia. Maybe if you need a bit of a hand, we can go through some of those guys that are representing Australia, who obviously all made the decision to play veterans cricket and represent South Australia, with Mildura only being 4.5 hours from Adelaide. Some of those guys playing, and look forward to some of those names coming through and playing 50s and I guess 55s and 60s cricketer in the years to come.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I think there was in the South Australian over 40 team that won their national championships. I think it's 5 or 6 from Mildura. And 3 of those guys, went on to be selected in the Australian, which was Richie Wild, originally a bit like Croft, originally from the motherland. But, very much a Mildura, an Australian person now playing. And Shawnee Matthews, and opened the batting, and a good left arm spinner, still playing Div 1 cricket back in Mildura. And also Mark Cleary, who don't need to say much about Mark and his ability with the ball, and he's playing for Australia as well. And as I said, there's another 3 or 4 there playing in the 40s that will strengthen the over 50s Sunraysia, and obviously we'll be pushed up into the 60s. But there's also some 38-year-olds that, from my home club, Matty Cameron and obviously Wade Hancock, and those are a few years away, but I've been talking to them, and the exposure that veteran cricket's got, they're really keen to play as well.
Yeah, excellent stuff, and a great cricket playing area is Mildura. I guess we sit here in the commentary box as 2 proud gentlemen that born and bred in the Mildura area, and played a lot of cricket. A fantastic knock there from Paul Ryan, who has just achieved his 50. So we'll go to the crowd as he comes together. So fantastic knock there so far by Paul Ryan, currently 50 from 44 deliveries, and in that 50 he's hit 7 boundaries. So great knock there by Paul, as we see Scott McCarty continuing to Jed Mensforth, and another late cut. He'll continue to play that shot all day long, Hick.
He will if you bowl it there. It's his eye's in now, so it's quite difficult. And I think he's worked out that the guys have been in the field maybe for 3 days, and he's just running that to them and running every ball. So that really puts the pressure on you as a bowler, because then you bowl one bad one and get hit for 4, and you've gone for 8 or 9 and over. So really clever batting by these 2 at the moment.
And I think that was a chance there, the way that Scott McCarty put his hands above his head, and maybe an outside edge there, and Wayne Robbins may have put one down. I spoke to him about a nick that he got the other day, but that actually hit him on the pad the other day, but that looked like it went in and out of the gloves there. So maybe a life there for Paul Ryan, as he works the ball into that mid-wicket region again, and they get through for a quick single. The current run rate just dropping slightly here, back to 6.3 and over. But probably the most important number on the scoreboard is that 0 that sits there beside the 125 Hick. And I guess the Australians are going to have to decide when they start to hit that green button to go and look to really punish this New Zealand bowling attack, as we see a ball worked out just in front of square by Jed Mensforth for another single.
Yeah, we've got a lot of batting depth, a lot. So we will accelerate. I'm not sure whether Richie will have a chat to one of these guys. We all know cricket, but there's some real power hitters. You got Croft can hit. You've got, Phil Puller can hit the ball. Clint Keeble, obviously Richard Sanger. There's some really Gricey. They really hit the ball big. So we expect to be able to accelerate beyond, get to that 9 and 10 and over for the last 7 or 8 overs. So obviously, if they take that catch and you get a new batter in, you can pull it back. So I think fielding will be vital in determining who's going to win this game. It's not going to be easy to bowl on, so the fielding will be really important.
Yes, and quite a number of catches from all teams have been spilled throughout the course of this competition. It's had a big impact on scores that have been achieved by each team. Seen people dropped at 10, 15, 20 and go on and get big hundreds. And so we've seen Paul Ryan already dropped here today. And another attempted late cut there by Jed, and he won't stop playing. He'll keep playing it. His wagon wheel is obviously very strong. Anything behind point down to that third man area. As we see the ball worked out to mid-wicket, and Jed comes halfway down the pitch, but Paul Ryan said no and sent him back. So Houston doing a very good job here for the Kiwis at the moment. As we see another cut shot out in front of point, and Craig Gibb races around from deep third man to that square point position out on the boundary, and they get back for two. So 128 for the loss of no wicket here, the Australians. Houston right arm over to men's fourth. And that late cut shot again. Forward and then back, and hits it very late, doesn't he, Hick?
He does, yeah. His weight is very good on the back foot. He obviously spent a lifetime of cricket playing it and is confident, and I think that's a sign in veteran cricket. All the batters know where their scoring area is, and for that area is the scoring area for Jed. But yeah, he's scoring all around the wicket on the onside if he's bowling on the stumps. But they're going quite well now, and Paul can hit big, as we saw a couple of days ago. So I expect you get two straight, and Paul will start putting a few into the pickets. But we're pretty happy at the moment.
And as we speak, the wind picks up here in the commentary box, and can you believe it? I'm nearly ready to put a jumper on, but can you say that in Queensland, in northern Queensland, in Mackay? Getting a bit chilly here. So good playing conditions, obviously, for the players, but out in that direct sun, probably doing a little bit tough. And as you said, Hick, the Kiwis have been out in the field for 3 days now, so they'll be starting to feel the effects. I know at the end of each day's play, they get back to the Ocean International Hotel, and a lot of rehab in the pool, and obviously stretching. I guess that's been an important part of the Aussies regime throughout this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. And I guess we missed a couple of games through weather, but even 3 games, yeah, it's not something we're used to. And you really need to put the effort into to getting into some cool water and cooling the body down, and then stretching up a lot before games. But I just think how lucky we are to be playing here today on the facility, against the guys. Obviously, the win and loss is really important, but we're running around as a group together. We just realised how lucky we are to be playing stuff at our age.
And that's short down the leg side, and Paul Ryan probably mishit that, got a bit of an under edge there as it went out to that deep square leg boundary for a single. So be disappointed with that as he rehearses the shot, and an opportunity there for probably a 4. Missed that time by Paul Ryan, but he now moves on to 52, and we have Jed Mensforth moving along nicely now at 68, and another great cut shot out to that point boundary, and gave no chance to Dave Goldingham out there on the boundary. He races now into the 70s, and he's now hit 10 fours, so a man on the mission here, and we know that once Jed gets going, most times he will power on towards that century. So let's hope for Jed's sake that he gets to those triple figures here and gets that first century. So Scott McCarty back into Mensforth here, and outside that off stump again, and another boundary, another cracking cut shot from Jed Mensforth, and Scott McCarty will be disappointed with himself there. Basically putting it on a platter short outside the off stump to one of Jed's favourite shots. So the score now, Australia moving on to none for 139. Halfway through the 24th over. Actually, the 23rd over. I can't read the computer screen from here. We see Scott McCarty now putting a man out on that boundary behind point, making a couple of changes. So bringing the deep mid-wicket back into the ring, bringing that short, fine leg across into that backward point area on the 30. I'd be suggesting that you stop bowling short outside that off stump to Jed as he goes there again, and that's a extremely wide delivery there. So Scott McCarty losing his shape here at the moment, and currently halfway through that 5th over, and he's got the figures of none for 39. So Scott, the skipper for the New Zealanders, will be disappointed. And that's a better delivery there, making Jed get onto that front foot as they get through for another single. The left hand back on strike now. Jed moves to 77. Really got to hurry on here over the last 3 or 4 overs, Hick.
Yeah, no, they're under pressure, I guess, as bowlers. Batting as well. You get it slightly wrong. They've prepared a beautiful track for a one-day game here. Given the weather, the groundsmen have done a magnificent job in producing a pitch like this. So if you get it slightly wrong, wide or short, you're going to get punished, and the outfield's extremely fast. So we realise we've got to get a big score, and these guys are doing it and putting the bowlers under pressure. So he's going to have to shuffle his bowlers, which means then, you're going to get opportunities and potentially loose balls.
As we see Scott McCarty complete his 5th over, has the figures of none for 41. Current run rate kicking along nicely here for the Australians. 6.4 and over. At 8 and over from here, 326. So slightly down a little bit from where it was earlier on, but these two batsmen now will obviously now look to pick up that tempo. Obviously, Jed's taken a lot of the strike here, 77 from 84, and Paul Ryan, with a strike rate of 110, has only faced 48 deliveries for his 53, but he looks very strong off his legs, straight down the ground, and anything square of the wicket he looks to punish for 4. So on strike now to Hewson. Will be interesting to see what his intent is in this over. He runs that ball down to 3rd man, running hard, but yes, he's looking to come back for the second. A bit of a misfield down there by Martin Pike as he gets back for that second run. So good running there and good intent by the Aussies, Hick.
Yeah, look, I think it's unusual you get such a disparity between the ball's face, but this is probably the perfect matchup for us to have Phil on against Hewson. That run-down shot is going to force him, if he keeps being able to play that, to move their field again. Then hopefully we get a loose ball, and just getting a little bit loose in the field, which is going to happen to guys over 55, and you're fielding all day for 3 days. It's only natural that you get tired and the mind gets fatigued.
And we see Paul Ryan use his feet to Hewson, the first intent there by the Aussies to get down the wicket and upset the line and length of Hewson, and Ryan smashes that ball down to long on for a single. I guess it's a little bit frustrating, when someone's, dominating and taking a lot of the strike. Obviously, the opportunities that Paul Ryan's had probably plays on the mind, so he's always looking to try and score when he gets that opportunity. But both batsmen doing a brilliant job here for the Australians. And we see this time Mensforth use his feet to Hewson down the ground to long on. Well fielded down there for another single. Joined in the commentary box by Tony Hickey, who's been opening the bowling for Australia here throughout the tournament. And is that the plan of attack today? I notice the Aussies have gone heavier with the quicks today.
Now, we might mix it up a bit, just depending on the score, and we've had a look at the pitch, so we're not exactly sure just yet. So we'll talk about that once the batting's over, and then we just look as a pair to bowl in partnership. So we'll just look at as these two batters have done, get two bowlers that can make it difficult for New Zealand to get a fast start like we have.
So Houston's last delivery, and that's short on the pads there again to Ryan. We've seen how strong he's been off his legs as the ball's worked out backward of square for a single. And that's the completion of the 23rd over. Australia none for 147, with Jed Mensforth moving along nicely, 78 from 85 deliveries with a strike rate of 91, and Paul Ryan not out 57 from 53 deliveries with a strike rate of 107. Currently, the Australians going at 6.39 overs. Looks like we're having another bowling change here, and that looks like Chris Jeffries going to the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. He'll look to bowl some mediums and off spin, I think, from what I've seen throughout the course of the week. And Hick, it's been a pleasure having you join us here in the commentary box. We might let you do one more over if you like, or you want to stay, you want to head off?
No, I'm happy to stay. Obviously, I think I'm batting 10, so I've got a bit of time, hopefully.
As we see the ball deflect off the pad there from Paul Ryan, and we'll see a signal from Cole Morris, one of the umpires standing in today's final, with his colleague Dave Powell at the other end. So Chris Jeffries bowling his off spin here. None for 148 Australia, so coming up to the 150 mark. So a couple of changes here currently being made as we have a look at Jeffries field. As we go round, we've got a short third man, backward point. Jeffries into Mensforth, very watchful there as he pushes the ball out onto the offside and they get through for a quick single. We might reassess that field as we see the left-hander here in Paul Ryan come in to face Jeffries. So we have a short third man, backward point, deep cover, long on, long off, mid on, deep, mid wicket, and he's gone big over the boundary line, and I think that's the first 6 of the innings. So Ryan showing his intent there, and I think it actually cleared the picket fence there, Tony.
Well over, that's a big 6 on any ground, and that won't help the ball, despite them being great balls. It's out into the pitch number 3, so where it's a bit damp. But yeah, no, we saw a few days ago he can hit. Rhino can hit a really big ball, and if he stays there for much longer, he'll be 100 runs pretty soon.
And he moves to 63 now from 55. So he's hit 7 boundaries in that score of 63. And as you've just seen, one towering 6 over that deep mid-wicket boundary as we see a helicopter flying over. So we're near the Mackay airport here. And Hick batting at 10. Who got the number 11 spot?
I think Dom might be 11, but it might change, obviously. But we're both workers of the ball. Great 4 there by Rhino again. So you can just see how he can up the tempo if and the bowler comes on for his first over, gets hit for 6 and 4. It's not pleasant being a bowler when a batsman's in such good form and attacking you. It is quite difficult in such a big final.
Yeah, magic shot there by Paul Ryan. He quickly goes to 67 here. And he's gone again straight down the ground, but there's a fielder there coming off the long on boundary. And I think that's Martin Pike down there, restricting the score to 1. So an expensive over here so far to Chris Jeffries with one delivery remaining. Currently having 12 scored off the over. So looks like the intent here from the two Australian batsmen now is to pick that tempo up. We see a quick change. False start here as Scott McCarty looks to make a quick change. They had one extra man out, so that would have been a bad decision there. So a quicker delivery, and it wraps Mensforth on the pads there. So that's the completion of Jeffrey's first over and his figures of none for 12. Tony Hickey, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks very much. Loved every minute. Bye.
Tony Hickey, the number 10 batsman in the Australian lineup here today, but we do know that they're chock full of batsmen, and we know Hicks a fantastic batsman and a fast runner between wickets, so hopefully we get to see him out in the middle, also opening the bowling for Australia. So the current score for Australia currently sitting at none for 160. Two set batsmen in Mensforth on 79, and Paul Ryan on his heels now at 68 from just 57 deliveries with a strike rate now of 119. So pressure on the Kiwis here as we see another change in the bowling. Hewson having a spell, who's bowled exceptionally well. Pick of the bowlers here for the Kiwis. 6 overs, none for 23, being replaced at that airport end, and Craig Gibb into the attack. Looking to take pace off here is Scott McCarty and the Kiwis. And the batsman on strike, Paul Ryan. This breeze keeps up, I'm going to have to duck home to the Ocean International to grab a hoodie. It's quite chilly up here at the moment. And a play and a miss for the first delivery outside the off stump. And a late cut shot there. Down to short third man. One more run to the score. I just remembered, obviously having Tony Hickey in the commentary box, we are streaming this on SOC TV Global, and I realise there's probably people putting comments into the commentary box or the chat room. So big shout out to those people that have been tuning in. It's currently 62 people watching. I hope you're enjoying these live stream from NV Play. Enjoying the dulcet tones of myself, Anthony Telfer. We sit up here. I'm trying to keep warm. Everyone else bought a jumper except me, so I guess I'm the fool here. As we see Craig Gibb into Mensforth, and he's worked that out to backward square. They're going quickly through, and great work off the boundary line there from Martin Pike, restricting the scoring to just one. So Julianne Simonetta is watching, and she's enjoying, along with her partner Darren James. So wonder if they're sitting there watching it in their living room at home, or are they both watching it from their phone? Odessa fan New Zealand, audio's great, so thanks for that. As we see another ball worked out to point there, and a one-handed pick up by Scott McCarty. So Paul Ryan now goes to 70 with Mensforth on 80. And Iconic has joined us again. He or she has been a great supporter and watching us. The Aussies need to throw the willow at the ball this time in the last 10 overs, like their mob did yesterday. As we see a ball hit out to the boundary there by Mensforth. That's his 12th boundary as he races to 84. Iconic believes 300 will win the game today, putting the pressure on the Kiwis who haven't played on turf yet. So we'll wait and see what happens as we see Mansforth hit that ball out to the point boundary, where we see Scotty Pender retrieve the ball. And that's the completion of Craig Gibbs' first over. 8 runs from that over. So the suggestion is that once both batsmen reach their century, assuming that they do, that they'll start to throw the bat at the ball. So none for 168, the completion of the 25th over. So another 20 overs to go. We have Mansforth on 85 and Paul Ryan on 70. And we'll see Chris Jeffries continuing from this Great Barrier Reef arena end, pushing up into that, what is now a stiff, cool southeasterly breeze, blowing from left to right from that third man area through to the mid-on. And he goes bang down the ground to long off, where there's a fielder down there. That's fielded well by Martin Pike. Mansforth now on to 86. And I think if this breeze keeps up, horse, I might have to race home to the Ocean International where we're staying and grab my hoodie, because I'm starting to get a bit chilly here. And a blanket. Geez, not that cold. Jeffries into Ryan, and he goes down the ground straight, where Martin Pike fields again. And another one to the score. So 170 run opening partnership currently by these two batsmen. We see another cut shot there from Jed. Mansforth. He moves to 87. Ryan on 71. So Jeffries field here, short third man, backward point, deep cover on the boundary. We have a cover in Scott McCarty. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, and a square leg. Jeffries into Ryan. And he goes straight down the ground to one of those fielders. And great effort by Martin Pike down on the boundary, diving away to his left and keeping the score to just 1 run. Probably saved 3 runs there, Martin Pike. So great effort there on the boundary. We see the field changing for the right hand of Mansforth. We have a short third man. And another cut shot there by Mansforth as it goes out to that deep point boundary. Just the single down there. Well fielded by Johan Howarth. So the Aussies continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking over, looking to score off every delivery here at the moment. Singles on each delivery so far from the over of Jeffries. And that's whipped away over. Fine leg as it races away for another boundary. Sees a completion of that Jeffries over. And he has now bowled 2 overs for 21. So another good over there from the Australians. With 9 off that over. Score goes to 177. Paul Ryan now hitting his 9th boundary during that over. Moves to 76. Mansforth moving nicely to 88. Who will now face the bowling of Craig Gibb. 26 overs gone, none for 177. Fantastic batting conditions here, the batsman. And he's clean bowled there by Craig Gibb as he looked to play another one of those cut shots. Just clipped the top of the off stump. So the first wicket falls here at the Jack Lancaster Oval at Harrup Park in Mackay. As we see A fantastic innings coming to an end here. Jed Mensforth will be disappointed with that, but be very proud of your knock today, mate. 88 from 94 deliveries with 12 fours. So that partnership comes to an end between Mensforth and Ryan. 1 for 177, so a good start here from the Aussies. We'll see Matthew Drain come in at number 3. And rousing applause by his teammates there as Jed leaves the arena here at Harrup Park. So an opportunity now for the Kiwis to potentially start to apply some pressure to the Australians. But Paul Ryan, 76 from 63 deliveries. The not out batsman being joined by Matthew Drain. So good bowling there, well rewarded by Craig Gibb. He went for 7 off his first over and now has the New Zealanders' first wicket. So we see Matthew Drain now on strike, facing his first delivery. And he eases it out to the offside for no run. So far more attacking field set here by Scott McCarty. Short third man, backward point on the boundary. See Matthew Drain hit the ball into cover, fielded by Chris Jeffries. Mid off, mid on. Extra mid wicket, and man back on the boundary. There's a quick single taken there by Drain, and if Chris Jeffries had picked that ball up, there could have been an opportunity for a run out. So we'll see a more defensive field set here. Paul Ryan, who's looked to really go after the bowling in the last few overs as he moved from 50 to 70 fairly quickly. Currently at 76. So Craig Gibb, sole wicket taker here. Bowling right arm off spin, and that's pitched up, and you see the ball worked out for long on. Fielded down there. That was Brent Fleming down there on the boundary line. So another single to the score takes Paul Ryan now to 77. 1 for 179, the Australians. For the recent departure of Jed Mensforth for a very well-made 88. 94 deliveries. As we see Matthew Drain pull that ball down to fine leg for a boundary. So a loose delivery there from Craig Gibb off the last ball of the over. Hit away to the boundary for 4. So the Australians now move on to 183. And an expected total, if the Australians go at 8 and over from here on, of 327, currently going at 6.7 runs and over. So expecting to see a big score set here by the Australians with 9 wickets in the shed. Chris Jeffries will resume again here to the left-handed Paul Ryan. And that's a wide delivery there. Looked like Paul Ryan nearly tried to just bunt that back to the bowler and said, have another go, mate. Extremely wide outside that off stump. And a great cut shot there by Paul Ryan. Well fielded there by Craig Gibb. Actually, no, that was Scotty Mason. stuck out the size 12 boot. Saves probably a boundary there because there's no one out on the boundary on that point boundary. So a missed opportunity there by Paul Ryan. See Matthew Drain now on strike, and some changes happening here with Scott McCarty setting a short third man, backward point in the ring, backward point on the boundary, deep cover mid-off. As we see Matthew Drain very strong off his legs out to that deep square boundary. Scotty Pender fielding out there. So watching a lot of cricket here over the last 3 days, you get to know the strengths and weaknesses of the batsman, and we've discovered that you don't bowl onto the legs of Matthew Drain. Ball hit back straight to the bowler, and the follow through. Chris Jeffries fields the ball himself. So 66 people out there watching this live stream at the moment. See Ryan hit the ball into the cover region and well fielded there by Scott McCarty. So if you're wanting to have a chat or say hello to someone out there, let us know that you're watching. Let us know where you are. Let's see if we can find out who's the furthest away, who's watching this game of cricket as another wide delivery, and Cole Morris shows us his armpits. Another wide, another run to the Australian score there. So if you're in New Zealand, let us know whether you're on the North Island, the South Island. If you're watching from somewhere else around the world, we'd love to know who's watching this game. And there's a ball down the leg side, and I think that's going to be potentially a bye there, I'd say, unless it's deflected off the pads of Paul Ryan. It looks like a leg bye there, so 2 leg byes to the score. Takes the score to 189. I know there's people in Mildura listening. As I see a cut shot there from Paul Ryan, and then a misfield there at short cover. It's going to race away to the boundary. I'm not sure if it's going to make it. We see Scott McCarty chasing. Pulled up about 3 or 4 metres inside, so good chase there by Scott. So 3 runs there to Paul Ryan. He now moves into the 80s at 81, and the completion of the 28th over. And Australians moving at 6.8 and over now. Paul Ryan on 81 with 9 boundaries from 69 deliveries, and Matthew Drain just recently come to the crease, 6 from just 5 deliveries. We'll get a drinks break shortly, coming up to the 30th over, and I have no doubt that Richard Saniger will get the Australian batsmen to start to really push on here. Like to have a shout out as well to Thinkle. We might have play an advert in the drinks break course. See Matthew Drain hit that ball out to the deep point boundary, and Thinkle. It's an hilarious word game, word association game, and it's been created by a very good friend, Andrew Umberlow. A card game, Thinkle, and that's being awarded to the player of the day here by the umpires. And you can get that online if you go to thinkle.com.au. It's a good fun game. Play with family and friends, as we see a pitched up delivery there by Gibb, and Drain hits that into the cover area and no run. So thank you to Rumbles for making those donations, and I know a couple of the players have had a game already while here on tour, so good fun game. We see Drain once again into that cover area, and well fielded there by Chris Jeffries. So good bowling here by Craig Gibb. Collision there between bowler and Ryan. And once again, no run. So exactly what the Kiwis wanted, as we see both mid-on and mid-off being pushed back to the boundary now. So Scott Mackay looking to protect the boundary. We'll see Drain punish that ball out to the deep point boundary, and Scotty Pender off the boundary there. The scoring to 1. See the left-handed now. Paul Ryan on strike. Score 1 for 194. Paul Ryan on 82. So just 1 run from the first five deliveries here from Craig Gibb, doing an excellent job for his skipper and the team. See Scott McCarty making some changes to the field. Long on the boundary, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and a deep cover. See the ball thrown up, and Paul Ryan hits that ball down to long on. So completion of that Craig Gibb over. So good over there with just 2 runs from that over. Sorry, 3 runs. I've been given the 3-finger bird from the boys to the left of me. So the current score now 1 for 195 at the completion of the 29th over. And with this cool breeze, I'm looking forward to a break at the end of it, a toilet break. And we see Odisa Band New Zealand listening from Wellington, New Zealand. And they're enjoying the commentary. So thank you, Odisa. Sam Jeffries obviously listening in as well, throwing his support from New Zealand. See Chris Jeffries, wonder if there's a Sam, I wonder if you're Chris Jeffries' son. Maybe let us know. And obviously you're listening from the North Island, I would assume. See the ball hit into that cover region by Paul Ryan for a quick single, and picked up by Captain McCarty. 1 for 196. Paul Ryan now moves to 84. Let's see if we can get someone listening further away from the North Island of New Zealand. I don't know how far it is in kilometres to the North Island from Mackay, but might have a quick Google and see if you can tell me, unless someone's listening and they can tell, and I'll keep this commentary going as we see the ball hit straight down the ground, and good fielding in the follow-through from Chris Jeffries, and it deflects out to Scotty Pender at mid-on. So another reset for the change of left-handers here. Aussie's 1 for 197. Scott McCarty just checking to make sure that he's got just 4 out. We see Paul Ryan hit into that ring, and no one back on the offside. So opportunities here for the Australians to see if they can penetrate that inner ring. We have a point, extra cover, and a long off. No one protecting that square boundary on the offside, as we see Paul Ryan just ease that ball just past the outstretched size 12 boot of Jeffrey. Another single, as Chris Jeffrey got a little bit tied up there with Matthew Drain, trying to get across and prevent a single, but an easy single in the end. 70 people watching currently. Hope you're enjoying this live stream of the Tri-Series final, the O55's. We see the ball down the left side, leg side, and not sure whether it came off the pad, but a great piece of work there by Wayne Robbins. Not sure if it was a stumping opportunity, but that's the end of the 30th over, and I'm going to duck off for a quick toilet break, and we'll be back here shortly to resume the last 15 overs of this innings from the Australians, as the New Zealanders look to keep their score under that 300 mark.
Party.
Oh,
Wow.
Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice!
almost said topping.
Oh.
I almost said topping.
Curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's all belly.
Oh, yeah.
I wrote pineapple.
It's pretty good.
I wrote crust.
Sounds amazing.
Oh.
But a sugar pie.
Welcome back here to the Jack Lancaster Oval after a quick toilet break, quick drinks break for all the players out on the ground. And I tell you what, it was great to stand in that sun and warm up because I've got goosebumps on goosebumps here. Can you believe that? I'm in Queensland, in Mackay, and I'm cold. So Damien Meek, it does get cold here in Queensland if you're listening, and I know you'll be tuning in. I see John Lloyd's also checked in as well, and he's made a comment that the track looks like a ripper, and especially after the average. And we've got a wicket. First ball after the resumption of the drinks break. We see Paul Ryan, clean bowled. He looked to get on the attack and obviously missed that delivery. And a great piece of bowling there by Craig Gibb, taking his second wicket. So the destroyer, Craig Gibb, having an impact on this game here. And he'll open the batting later on, but the intent there from the Australians straight after the drinks break was made quite clear with an aggressive shot or an attempted shot there by Paul Ryan as he departs now and raises his bat. Another magnificent innings there by Paul Ryan, being bowled by Craig Gibb for 85. And he faced 76 deliveries, 9 fours and 1 massive 6. It looks like Clint Kebley is coming to the wicket now. So exactly what the New Zealanders wanted. A couple of quick wickets here and put the pressure back on the Aussies. So good captaincy here by Scott McCarty. Mixing up his bowlers, keeping the rotations happening and looking for that bowler that can make the difference. And the man of the moment, Craig Gibb, excellent figures of just starting his 4th over, and he has now 2 for 17. So Clint Kebley take his strike shortly. We have a short third man backward point, deep point on the boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. The ball's thrown up and pushed out into that cover region, and slight misfield there by Chris Jeffries enables Clint Keble to get off the mark. 1 ball and 1 run to Clint Kebley. Current score now 2 for 199. So the Aussies looking to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Matthew Drain on strike, so it'll be a lot easier now for skipper McCarty to set the field with 2 right-handers on strike. And we see Matthew Drain, first ball after drinks that he faces, and he goes hoik over that mid-wicket boundary for 4 in the air. Just left of the fielder at mid-wicket in Johan Howarth. So some field changes being made here by Scott McCarty, sending that man at fine leg in Martin Pike. A lot squarer. So a backward square leg on the boundary. We see Pike in. And we see Drain looking to attempt a similar shot, and it's ricocheted off his pad out to short fine leg and chased down to that area by Wayne Robbins, the keeper, restricting the score to 1 leg by. Don't know what's happened there, but he may have broken a pad there as he dived on the ground, and the straps just ripped the buckle off that pad there. So we might have a slight delay here as we look to get a second pad, and both fielder and keeper have sprinted off to get a pad. So we might take a quick pause here, and we're going to get Izzy Wheeler into the commentary box, and Izzy's going to join us and tell us about some exciting news that's occurred over the last couple of days. So Izzy Wheeler, welcome to the commentary box. Now, just a little bit of background on who you are. No one's going to know who you are yet, but you are the daughter of Andrew Wheeler, the team manager of the Australian O55's team. And Izzy, I believe you've got some exciting news to share with us. with some news was it overnight or a couple of days ago?
Like overnight a bit. Yeah, that I'm trying out for the under 15 national team.
Wonderful stuff, Izzy. And so the Victorian under 15 nationals, and exciting times ahead for you and your cricket journey. And maybe tell us a little bit about your cricket journey so far, who you currently play with, and I guess any advice that you may have received from your father over your short time playing the game.
Well, I started playing like 3 or 4 years ago, and I started at Ainsley Park, and then this season that's just passed, I played at Norwood, and now I have an offer to play Premier Cricket at Box.
So living in Victoria and an opportunity to play Premier Cricket at Box Hill, obviously trying out for the under 15, so 14 years of age. And what type of cricketer are you? I guess being 14, you probably bat and bowl.
A bit, but I do prefer bowling.
Wonderful stuff. And what type of bowler are you?
I'm a pace bowler.
Wonderful. And in swing, out swing?
I can do both.
I'm loving the confidence here from Izzy Wheeler here, as we see Clint Kebley hit the ball out to the cover area and no run. So we've got pads repaired from Robbins. We see a cut shot there, and we know that Clint Kebley loves to cut as well, one of his favourite shots. That's the completion of Craig Gibbs over. Seemed to go forever, but he's now bowled 4 overs and has 2 for 30. No, sorry, he has 2 for 22. I read the wrong line there. And Izzy, you've been playing the game now for 3 years, is it?
Yep.
Yep. Beautiful. It's great to have you here, and you're obviously up here in Mackay. Are you having a holiday, or are you just looking to support Dad with the team manager job that he's doing for the Australian O55's team?
It's a bit to support, but mainly a holiday.
And what do you think of Mackay? It's a bit cool today, but it's also been very wet. Have you been able to get out and have a look at Mackay? And if you have, what have you been out and what's been the most exciting experience so far here? As we see Matthew Drain go bang over the deep square leg boundary for 6. So the first maximum there from Matthew Drain, and an intent here from the Australians. And it normally takes Matthew Drain a while to get going, but he's now raced to 18 from just 14 deliveries. That was a massive hit there, is he?
Yep.
And so let's go back to that question. What have you been doing since you've been here, and what's been the most exciting part of the tour so far?
Well, we watched a couple of the games of cricket. We went zip lining and went on a walk to a waterfall. So that was pretty cool. Mum tried some alcohol.
Mum tried some alcohol. This is great commentary, and Izzy Wheeler joining us here in the commentary box, and she's just been selected to try out for the over 15s Victorian girls or ladies team in Melbourne. So she's an outswing and an in-swing bowler, likes to bowl a bit of pace. And the highlight of her tour so far is Mum tried some alcohol. Is that right, Izzy?
Yep.
It's the confidence of the youth today, as we see Clint Kebley hit the ball out to the point boundary for a single. So the Australians now 2 for 212. Now that I realise that we've missed the 200 there that the Australians have scored. So the conditions here in Mackay are blue skies and a slight breeze. As we see another quick single ease down to that short third man area by Matthew Drain. So he now moves on to 20 from 16 deliveries. So do you know of any of the girls that have been selected? Any teammates that have made the team that you might like to give a shout out to, as we see I think an inside edge or a bottom edge as the ball races away to that fine leg area. We'll wait and see if there's any signal from Cole Morris. So runs to the bat of Kebley, 2. Any of your friends also been selected?
None of my friends have been selected. but it will be good to meet new people.
You know any of the girls that are in the squad?
No.
Nah. Yeah, and nah is all we're getting out of Izzy at the moment. Doing a great job here in commentary. Probably your first time you've ever been in the commentary box, is it?
Yep.
Yep. I tell you what, you've obviously got your vocabulary from your mother, because if Wheels, your father, was here, we wouldn't be able to shut him up. But he's been a highlight of the tour so far as I'm concerned. Lots of jokes and keeping the boys entertained, but he's been doing a great job. So is he be proud of what your dad's doing this weekend, helping out with selection and live scoring, and obviously allowing mum to drink alcohol. Is that right?
He's all right.
He's all right. Oh, that's good. So the tournament that you're trying out for, do you know where the tour or the tournament's going to be this year? As we see Matthew Drain play across the line there, looking for some cheap runs out on that onside. Obviously down the leg side, no appeal there. But the under-15s nationals this year, Izzy, do you know where that's being held?
I think in New South Wales.
I think you might be right. I think it's being held on the central coast of New South Wales, up at Tuggerong, I believe. So great opportunity, and the grounds up there are very similar to these grounds, and you would have loved walking out onto this ground and checking out the facilities here. They're world class, as we see Clint Kebley go straight down the ground, lifted it up over the mid-off, who was in the inner ring, and a great shot there by Clint, and he now goes to 8. And the score now moving nicely along, 2 for 220. So heading home, I guess, tomorrow after the presentation tonight, Izzy, and training, I guess, do you have a coach, or is Dad the coach, or do you work closely with your teammates at Norwood?
I just do training at Norwood, and I get batting coaching from Richard Clifton, and just do some training in the off season.
Very good. And so obviously the off season now, how many times a week are you currently training through that off period?
None right now.
No, none right now, because you're in Mackay, as we see Clint Kebley play a cot shot down to the deep backward point boundary, and brilliant fielding there by Scotty Pender. Unfortunately can't restrict the scoring to 2, so Clint now starting to get going. He's now moved to 10, and the score for those people that love Richie Benno is 2 for 222. And we see Clint Kebley go over cover again, and it races away for another boundary. So the Aussies now really pulling the trigger now, and they're on the march as they're looking to push on to that 300 mark. Into the 33rd over. So Izzy, here's a question for you. I'm going to have a guess and see if I know the answer to it, but I'll know the answer in my head. Who is your idol in the Australian cricket team?
Steve Smith.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Steve Smith. I thought I'd be getting a lady cricketer, but who's your favourite Australian ladies cricketer?
Meg Lanning.
Meg Lanning, and I think she plays at Box Hill, doesn't she? So that's going to be an excellent opportunity for you to go and train and have the ability to train with your idol, Meg Lanning, former Australian captain, now recently retired, but still playing a bit of WBBL and playing for Victoria, and some great cricketers coming out of that Box Hill Cricket Club. And I thought you would have said Elise Perry, but I got it wrong. So Steve Smith and Meg Lanning, 2 former captains of Australia, so great idols to have, Izzy. And look, I'd like to say thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary box today, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here in Mackay, and I hope you've enjoyed your time here with me in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me.
And we wish you all the best as you start your cricket journey, and it starts obviously now with some intense training, I guess, as you go to state qualifying training, and I guess that may be held at Maribyrnong, maybe. I think that's where a lot of the the training happens, and maybe even at the City Power. Anyway, we wish you all the best, and thank you very much for joining us here today in the commentary box as we see another run to the Australians as Clint Kebley plays a ball down to that deep third man boundary. So currently the Australians 2 for 228. We've got Virginia Houston tuning in, and she's watching the baby giraffe. And she's from New Zealand as we see a ball, not sure whether that was a top edge over that slips region. And another single there. So the intent here is quite clear by the Aussies. They're really going to look to put their foot to the floor and look to attack it at every opportunity here. So pressure on here as we see another cut shot out that deep backward point boundary down there. Well fielded down there on the boundary line by Dave Goldingham. So Clint Kebley now moves to 17, Matthew Drain 22. So a good partnership forming here between the two Australian batsmen. We see Chris Jeffries down the leg side, and that's gone bang over the boundary line, and it looked like it was signalled for by Scott Pender down there. And, 4 signalled there by Cole Morris. So a lovely shot there. You don't bowl on the leg side or legs of Matthew Drain. He'll hit you over that boundary every day of the week with the breeze blowing from left to right as you see on the screen. Thank you for those kind words, Virginia Houston, for the comments about the commentary. We're doing our best here. I'm still a little bit cold, but I've got a hoodie. Someone's gone back. If one of my mates has gone back, as we see a late cut there. Eased out to backward point for 1 run. So Peter Wood, a local here, and one of my mates raced off. He's going to grab us all a pie and a pasty and a sausage roll and some lollies and that hoodie. I'm still cold as we see Matthew Drain go down the ground over long on. Oh, sorry, Clint Kebley, fantastic shot there for a maximum off the last ball of the Chris Jeffries over. So great batting here by Clint Kebley, 23 from just 13. 2 fours and now a maximum. So 14 off that over from Chris Jeffries, who's now bowled 6 overs and quite expensive. None for 36. Sorry, 56. Sorry. Need to get my eyes checked here. So stay tuned, folks, as we see the completion of the 34th over. So just 11 overs now remaining. And if the Aussies go at 8 and over, they'll push up to that 330 mark. But 8 wickets in hand, I'd say there's every intent to go at 10s and 15s from here. And that could produce something up around that 350 mark, maybe even push on to 400. The ground is lightning fast, so the pressure right on here. The Kiwis, led beautifully by Scott McCarty, as we see a bowling change, and the baby giraffe is on, Virginia, as the ball is worked down to backward square. So you can get to see Steve bowling here from the Mackay airport end. Kebley looking to attack at every opportunity here. And a quick single taken. The inner field set quite deep here, as we're joined in the commentary box by John Stevens. And I've heard a rumour, Steve-O, and once again, thanks for joining us here. As we see another pull shot there, short outside the off stump, and it's whipped away to mid-wicket by Matthew Drain. Very aggressive batting here by Matthew Drain. He moves to 32, and the score now moves up 2 for 247. So looking to upset the length here of Hewson. As another quick singles worked around the corner by Matthew Drain. And Steve, I believe you're the designated non-batsman again.
I have a role in the team to fill, and I've filled it again.
Wonderful stuff, but obviously looking forward to getting out there with the ball, and not sure whether you'll be taking the new ball, but it looks like a belter as it's short outside the off stump, and Clint Kebley hits the ball out to deep cover, and brilliant piece of fielding out there by Scotty Pender. Restricts the scoring to just one run, but a belter of a track, Steve-O.
Yeah, just trying to work out how to bowl on it. I think I'm just going to have to shut our eyes and bowl fast. I think that's it.
Sorry for shoving that mic up your nose, but ball down the leg side there. And no wide call there from Dave Powell, the umpire, for the completion of Stephen Hewson's over. And he's now bowled 7 overs. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 31. Definitely the pick of the bowlers, but the Aussies looking to go after him. See 8 runs off that Hewson over, so his most expensive so far. Just having a look, looks like another bowling change here, Steve-O. So I'll just fill the viewers in here. So we see Scotty Mason coming on from the Great Barrier Reef Arena. And we'll just quickly have a look at the field set here by Scott McCarty. So it looks like we're going to have a short third man, a backward point on the ring, point on the boundary, cover, long off, long on, mid on, back on the 30-metre mark. We've got a deep cow corner and a deep point, as we see a fantastic shot there again by Clint Kebley down the ground. Very well fielded down on the boundary line by Martin Pike. Brilliant timing there by Clint, and the intent here is quite obvious here, Steve-O.
Yes, we're trying to work out whether 380 is enough. It's a ground, it's so quick, value for shots. The deck, fantastic. It's actually just a fantastic ground, and 7, 8 and over is where we've got to be.
I think you might need to be at 10 to 15 from here on, but a ball just dropped short of the fielder out there at backward point in Dave Goldingham. So an outside edge there from Matthew Drain, but the intent here from the Aussies, I think they need to be going at 15s from here on with 8 wickets in hand, and now that's going to put a score up probably around the 400 mark. So we see Clint go down the ground there, and it's one bounce again directly to the fielder down there on the boundary line in Martin Pike. Wickets in hand and some big hitters in the shed to come. So these two will just have to keep pulling the trigger, I think. But Matthew Drain's striking the ball beautifully at the moment. He's 34 from 26.
Yeah, no, it's every ball's now. You just got to score off it. You need those boundaries. You need 2 and over at least. And yeah, these guys are really seen well. Clint's finally got a chance, and I think he's going to prove it.
Yeah, don't give him the commentator's curse. I've done that enough this week here, but Clint's batting very well, 27 from just 17. So great opportunity for the man who hails out of Brisbane in Queensland. And that's wide outside the off stump. And Cole Morris raises his armpits or raises his arm and shows the armpits here. So scored 2 for 254. So he'll have to re-bowl that delivery. Scotty Mason, disappointed with that wayward delivery. And another cut shot there out to the deep point boundary. So Scott McCarty's got his men in the right positions at the moment. And we've got 5 on the boundary currently. We have a deep point, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and square leg on the boundary. So the other men are all inside the ring, but they're all on that 30-metre arc. We see Mason left arm over the wicket to drain, and he gets a full ball, and he's punished that out to the deep cover boundary. Well timed by Matthew. Didn't even run there. 4 runs, another boundary there to drain. So that's his 5th boundary of the innings, and he races to 39 from just 28 deliveries. So going along nicely here, the Australians, currently at 7.1 and over. The score now moves to 2 for 259. And a quick question here for you, John Stevens, who joins us here and opening bowler for the Australian O55's team. Who's padded up next?
Good question. Actually, haven't got a clue. Sorry.
I ask all the hard questions here, but
Croft's up next.
so Graham Crawford padded up next, and I've great mate. I've seen him bat, and he has only one way of operating as a batsman, and that's to look to clear the picket. So we look to these 2 batsmen here as we see Clint Keble go down the ground again, and then another boundary off the first ball of that over from Hewson. So looking to use their feet here and attack Hewson, who's been the pick of the Kiwi bowlers, and that's straight down the ground and gave no opportunity to that man at deep long on. Probably only missed him by 4 or 5 metres, so he timed that beautifully, Clint.
Yes, pretty well. Anything it doesn't hit the man at the moment's going. Even that last over, there could have been 5 fours, but just good field placement. That's all we can hope for.
Gone again down to that deep backward square on the boundary, and looking forward to my mate Peter Wood, who's just got back into the arena, and he's got pies past his lollies and that hoodie, because I'm still freezing cold here. It's picked up, that breeze is quite cool out of the sun, isn't it, Steve-O?
Yes, it's a great spot to be. It's we've had so much humidity, but today the breeze is beautiful.
And we see an LBW there, so great bowling there by Steve Hewson. The baby giraffe takes his first wicket, and we see the demise of Matthew Drain, who looked to play across the line there and looked like it hit him on the back pad, and a quicker delivery there by Steve Hewson picks up his first wicket. And the 3rd wicket falls for the Australians, but it looks like Phil Puller's coming out to bat. So bum steer there by you, Steve-O, but probably someone else, probably Shorty. John Short was keeping that score up to date. And we see Phil Puller come out, and another aggressive batsman and another Queenslander. So 2 teammates in the bound, out in the middle now, in Clint Keble and Phil Puller, both playing for the Brisbane Over-50's veterans team here. So great opportunity for 2 teammates here to push on and get the opportunity to both represent Australia in the middle. So a quick fire innings there by Matthew Drain, made 39 from 29 deliveries with 5 fours and a massive 6 there. So current score for Australia, 3 for 264, and we know wickets builds pressure. So good bowling here by Steve Hewson, and hope you're enjoying that, Virginia. Don't know the relationship there with the baby giraffe, but I know that you're there supporting him. So we can assume that you're either his mother, partner, wife, girlfriend, I'm not too sure, as we see a playing a miss outside the off-stump first delivery to Phil Puller, better known as Tugger to all his teammates. That's pitched up and he's gone down the ground. They're going to push for 2, but well fielded down there on the boundary line, restricting the score to 1. I think that's Dave Goldingham down on the boundary at long on. Long way for my eyes to be able to pick that number up, but it definitely looks like him. As we see Clint ease that ball out to the 30-metre mark at mid-off, and they quickly get through for a single. So loss of a couple of wickets here could play into the hands of the Kiwis. But we know that the intent here from the Aussies, Stevo, is obviously just to keep pulling the trigger. I'll give you the microphone. You can hang on to that while I have something to eat and put this hoodie on.
Yeah, obviously trying to get value for shots now. Keep the run rate up high. And just try to work the New Zealanders around the field. This is their third day in a row on the field, so fatigue starting to play a bit of a role in this game. They sit in straight down the ground again, found the man, but still middling the ball well. Right. Out. Yeah. Taking the one. Working his way into it. Trying to get a few side. Coming at it, so favourite the way he goes down the ground at the moment. Works that point. Quick single. Good arm. Keep the strike rotating even if you just get a one. You just got to keep that run rate going. Been on really well at the death of these games. Right time, pace. That one we have. Oh, it's the ball's landed and spun back. Unlucky for the fielder there, and that's a little unfortunate for the fielder. But the ball's in the right area still. Ground. Single. Push his arm, but he's got a very good shoulder. Only single. Been a very good fielder last week. Not too many guys would run on his arm. Big hit. Carrying, and over. That's 6. Straight down the ground. He's hit that region several times in the last couple of overs, but that one he's flown it and taken the man out of play. Great 6. Great over. We bring him back to professional. Jump it up, lollied up, and ready to go again. Mouthful of lollies.
Thanks, Stevo, and good to be back in the commentary box. Hooded up, fed up, and lollied up. So I demolished a pie in that time and a handful of lollies. So just trying to re-energise as we push towards this last assault by the Australians, and watching some magnificent hitting there by both batsmen here as the Aussies look to go on the attack. Current score is 3 for 280. We have 7 overs to go. I'd say 400 is now out of the equation, but let's see where the Aussies end up as we see Houston bowl short, and that ball's gone over the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 6. So fantastic shot from Phil Puller into the wind and cleared the fielder out there on the boundary line. And I really hope I can catch up with Phil Puller. Very good friend of mine. Played some cricket with him. A couple of tours up into Queensland, but we know what he can do, and he only goes one way, and that's another. It's plugged out there on the boundary line and well fielded out there by Johan Howarth. So another 2 to Puller, and they call him Tugger Puller, and batting exceptionally well here. And he goes again, and this time he's cleared the boundary again with another 6. Had a magnificent over 55's tournament in the ACT, and I think he was the leading run scorer in that tournament, and now you can see there's a reason why. So 2 6s already in this over. They might need a third person out there because he just keeps hitting the gap. I'm tipping that he's going to go squarer this time and straight over that mid-wicket boundary. And well bowled there by Hewson, right up in the block hole. And we see Phil ease that ball down to long off. Brilliant batting here, Steve-O.
Yes, he's placing the ball well. He just moved the fielder three shots to the right. I thought he was going to go back the other direction. Good bowling. Just got to keep bowling at the stumps. That's all he can do.
As we see Kebley, good bowling again by the baby giraffe Hewson. And Kebley eases that ball down to long off for a single. So the score's rocketed on to 3 for 296. So the Aussies on target to score the highest score from the tournament so far. And he nearly decapitates Kebley at the non-striker's end. Phil Puller goes straight down the ground. So another good over there to the Australians with 17 off that over. And an expensive one there by Steve Hewson. So current run rate by the Australians is 7.62. And if they go at 8 and over from here, they'll end up at 345. But 17 off that over. See another bowling change. And Scott McCarty, the captain of the New Zealand over 55s, now comes back into the attack. But don't go anywhere. We've got Phil Puller on strike. We have a look at the field. We have a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover as McCarty into Puller. And he goes bang, and it's down the throat of Scott Pender, and a good catch. So we see the departure. Unfortunately for that delivery, Phil Puller didn't get hold of it, but a great catch there by Scotty Pender down on the long on boundary. Probably caught it about 4 or 5 metres inside the boundary. So the 4th wicket there for the Kiwis, and they're happy and up and about. So Scott McCarty pulling the bowling changes. We see a good little innings there from Puller coming to an end, making 23 from just 11 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 6s. So the Aussies will continue to attack here. No time to get yourself in here, Steve-O.
No, just keep playing shots. Actually, that was a full toss to get the wicket, which sometimes it's not always the best ball that gets them, but great fielding down here.
Yeah, very good fielding by Scotty Pender down there. See Graham Crawford make his way out to the centre of the wicket. No positional changes to the field here by McCarty, as we see Graham Crawford taking block. And 75 people currently watching this live feed. The Australians 4 for 297. And I know that Graham Crawford is going to be eyeing off that backward square leg boundary. Picked it in 1. And that's raced away to the fine leg boundary for 4. And a lovely leg glance down to the boundary for 4, Stephen.
Commentary. I think you've seen him out a few times, and
that's what they're going to do. They're just going to look for those gaps and take advantage. If you look near the wicket fence and see that gate down there, that's where he'll go. And I know that Croft will use that breeze to his advantage here, but it is a 60-metre boundary. Got a lovely bat out there. I think it's the RYS bat. Raise your stick. So Tomo, I'm sure you'll be sitting there watching, glued to your television as we see the great man Graham Crawford look to get on the attack here to Scott McCarty. And a lovely cover drive down the ground, just for one run. Score is 4 for 301, so the Aussies are 3 for 102, sorry, 4 for 302. They brought up that 300 with that boundary by Crawford from the first delivery. Sorry, I missed that. A good celebration, no doubt, by the teammates down in the box, Steve-O.
Yeah, no, we're very happy how it's been going. Great start. That was the secret. Our open's been so solid. So, and that was our quickest start. We had to be after the last 2 days. 300 We've got to be start.
Got Ali Crawford tuning in now, watching Clint Kebley hit the ball backward of point. So they'll look to push for 2 here. Not great running there, but well fielded down there on the boundary line. I think that's Johan Howarth out there at deep point. A great bit of fielding there by Howarth, restricting the score to 1. But shout out to you, Ali. That's about the break striking for Scott McCarty. The great barrier reef end. And the play to miss, or is it inside edge probably? Wait to see this signal here. And come off the bat, I believe. No, it's a buy. He's called a buy. A bit of chat out there. Probably ask Crawford if he hit it, but obviously bat on ground there, so no run. The bat of Crawford, but a buy there. Hope you're enjoying this, Ali. And everyone else is tuning in as we see Kebley go straight down the ground and go full shot. An attempt there by, I think that's Martin Pike down there, and it's been put down as he dived forward. Running in, and obviously as he's hit the ground, his elbows have hit and the ball's popped out, so a chance there to Kebley. And another run to the score as we see. Sorry, 2 runs there, so good running by Crawford to get back. And that's the end of Scott McCarty's 6th over. And he has 1 for 49. And the current score is 4 for 306 at the end of the 40th over. So 5 overs remaining, Steve-O. And what's your tip? Let's run a bit of a raffle here. We might even engage with the viewers, 78 of them, and see what they think the Aussies are going to win. And I tell you what, the winner that gets closest, they can tip the score in the next over. We might give them an RJR cricket cap, so we'll send that out to you. So Steve, you can go first. 5 overs to go. Let's get 15. 75 for the score. That would take them to 381. So 381 from Steve. Let's, if you've got your subscription in, you'll be able to enter a score in the chat. So we'll take tips for this 41st over, which is being bowled by Craig Gibb. I'm going to go 366. My score. We might get the scores down here to record this. So Steve-O's gone 381. I've gone 366. As we see the ball miss hit there by Croft. Just dropped out to mid-wicket. And put your comments, your scores in the live chat room here at SOC TV, and the closest to the final score without going over it. You've got to be under it. Nearest to that score will receive an RJR Truckers cap valued at $550. No, not really. So we've got Anton Ballum going 373, Grant Hughes 354. Great to see the engagement from you guys out there. So keep them running. Remember, you've got 5 deliveries to go here as we see Clint Kebley hits the ball through the gap, through point region. That's going to race away to the boundary line, and well chased there by Scotty Pender. So a great 50 there by Clint Kebley, and very well deserved. So great celebrations here at the Jack Lancaster Oval as we see Clint Kebley record his first 50 for Australia in the over 55s from just 28 deliveries, 4 4s and 2 6s. And he's gone bang again and raising over the picket fences and out onto, I don't know what they call that, maybe number 4 for a maximum. So he races to 4 for 317. We see Darren Cox registering a score of 371. Liam Crawford's gone 379. So if you want to have a go, tip the final score from the Aussies. 3 balls remaining, so get your tips in quick. There's an RJR trucker's cap on the line here, valued at $550. As Gibb into Kebley, and he works the ball out to deep backward square for 1 run, and well fielded out there by Martin Pike, who's doing a great job out as a boundary rider. So we see a backward square, deep mid wicket, deep cow, mid on, long off. And Cross missed that ball down the leg side, but it's been called a wide, so you'll have to re-bowl that again, Gibb, Craig Gibb. Got a long off and a deep cover. And a quick single there to Graham Crawford as he puts Clint Kebley back on strike. Got Daisy Crawford now tuning in. So all the Crawfords are having a go. 356. Odessa Band New Zealand 355. Ali Crawford 335. As we see another single down the ground there. Cross running hard. A great fielding down there. I can't see who that is, but that's the completion of the over. So if you haven't got your tips in, you missed out. And we'll quickly go through those. We've got a, what was yours, Steve-O?
381.
381. So anything over, let's have a look. 373, 354, 371, 379, 359, 335, 355, 356, 380. Perry Stamer, you're the last one. Anyone after you, Perry, has missed out. So let's have a look. We've got 84 people watching. RJR cap on the line. Let's see how the Aussies go facing Scott McCarty. Just checking that he's only got 5 out. Clint Kebley on strike. Full toss. And he hits that ball out to deep cover, and that's going to race away to the boundary. So another boundary to the bat of Clint Kebley, and that RJR ball's getting an absolute pounding here today as the Aussies move on to 4 for 325. And Clint Kebley now races to 62 from just 32 deliveries. Magic knock here. And another cut shot, and that's out to that deep point boundary as we see Johan Howarth out there for a single. So 97 people now watching. Which is absolutely amazing. As all the Poms are obviously tuning in now that Croft's out in the middle as he sees the ball down the leg side. Great bit of work there by the keeper, Wayne Robbins, and not called a wide. So another dot ball. So an opportunity missed out there by Graham Crawford. Difficult for him and just coming in, but he's gone out to that mid-wicket boundary, and picked up on the boundary by Brent Fleming and just the single there. So Aussies missing out on a few opportunities here to punish the Kiwis. Good bowling here by Scott McCarty at this point of the over. 2 balls remaining. As we see Clint Kebley go out to that point boundary again and fielded out there by Howarth for another single. So excellent bowling here by the skipper McCarty. Just 7 from this over, so a win here for the Kiwis with 1 ball remaining. Let's see what Crawford can do here. And he's whipped that away. One of his favourite shots down there to the backward square leg boundary. So just exactly what the Aussies ordered and required as we see the completion of Scott McCarty's 7th over. Now has the figures of 1 for 60. Quite expensive this day out here by McCarty as Australia now finish the 42nd over 4 for 332. We have Lloyd Blomfield, president of the Walkerston Cricket Club, tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the commentary here, Lloyd. And we, on behalf of everyone that's competed here over the last week, we say thank you so much to the Walkerston Cricket Club. We've really appreciated your team and your effort from your committee for allowing us to play at your cricket club when it was too wet to play here at Harrup Park. And we see another Crawford tuning in. Summer Crawford's having a yay, go dad. So the whole family are tuning in. Just waiting for Rebecca to tune in and say, go honey. And his mum, Diane, back in England, go son. Maybe they'll be tuning in as well. But anyway, all the Crawfords are tuning in. Push the numbers up into the 90s. So just waiting for Scott McCarty to get the field placings right. As we see another change of bowling here, and Johan Howarth is going to come back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs early. Has none for 24. So Clint Kebley on strike with the long on. Deep mid-wicket, long off, deep cover. 3rd man. And the ball squirted out cover there and held on to in the field by Brett Fleming. No attempt at a run out. So another single. So the Kiwis doing a pretty good job here at the moment. Restricting the Aussies and their boundaries. Although we did see 2 in the last over. So Howarth to Crawford and bang again, straight down to that backward square boundary. We know he's very strong there off his legs and doing a great job, isn't he, Steve-O?
Yes, that's he's got to pick it up though if I'm going to get that hat. So I'd like to see the rate go, but no, he's going great. He's obviously very strong there and such good value for Shoddy.
Yeah, definitely is. Get it past that inner field and it races away for 4 every single time. So 4 for 337. So Ali Crawford, you're gone. As we see another ball up in the block hole and very well fielded there by Scott McCarty, restricting the score to 1. Score moves on to 338. Everyone else is still in the game, I think, except for Ali. It's 335. See Clint Kebley about to face Howarth. And he goes straight, and it's drop catch at backward point. There by Hewson, I think it was. And they get back for 2. They're not looking to take on the arm of Gibb, who's got one of the stronger arms in the New Zealand team. A good fielding there and good backing up, but a life there to Clint. Dropped at backward point by Steve Hewson. So those long arms obviously couldn't quite reel that ball in as he dived off to his right, and as he hit the ground, the ball popped out. So good bowling here by Howarth. Kebley on strike. And a big wind up, and he's hit the ball straight to cover and called yes. And a misfield there, and unfortunately Clint ran all the way through. There was no opportunity for two. So 4 for 341. Everyone's still in the comp to win the RJR cap, valued at $550. And straight down the ground by Crawford. And there's a man down there at long off. So just one run there, the score. So good bowling here by Johan Howarth, and that sees the completion of his 5th over, and he has none for 34. The current run rate is 7.95. Steve-O, the Kiwis are doing a pretty good job here to keep the scoring to a minimum in these last few overs.
Yeah, they seem to have their length right at the moment. Field placement, that's the big thing. Just about every shot gets out in the outfield. It's not a man there, it's 4. So they've done the placements are good, and they've got their length just right, not too quick. Mistake make a bit quick on this deck, and the ball just comes on too well.
So 2 overs remaining here at the Jack Lancaster Oval. Harrup Park, number 3. In sunny Mackay, where everyone in the commentary box is wearing a jumper except you, Steve-O, so you're obviously used to the... Oh, and Wheels doesn't have a jumper either. So people from Melbourne obviously don't think it's cold. So the further south you are, I guess you're used to these cold conditions, Steve-O.
I think, yeah, just a good layer of blabber on top. I think just keeping us warm.
Speak for yourself. I'm a finely tuned athlete. Anyway, we have a look. Scott McCarty's going to continue bowling here. And we see that Graham Crawford's on strike. Quick look at the field. We have a short third man, deep point. We have a cover, long off, long on, mid on, deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg, and a short fine leg. We've seen a tendency for Crawford to look to whip that ball behind square leg, but he'll also be targeting this mid-wicket boundary this over off McCarty. And it's let go outside the off stump. Strange decision there by Crawford. Obviously thought it was going to be outside that wide line. So costly error there by Crawford, an opportunity to slash away at that ball and pick up some much needed valuable runs here for the Australians. Everyone's going to count here today. And a brilliant ball there by Scott McCarty that's jammed out to that backward point, and great running there by Graham Crawford to come back for that second run and prepared to put his wicket on the line and take that extra run. So well bowled by Scott McCarty. Be disappointed with the ball being able to squirt out behind backward point. That now takes the score to 4 for 344. Just checking all these numbers here, and it looks like everyone's still in. We see the ball played out to that deep mid-wicket boundary again by Crawford. I think the next number to go will be 354, so just 9 runs away. So brilliant bowling here by the New Zealand captain in Scott McCarty as he comes into bowl to Clint Kebley, who whips the ball out to deep mid-wicket on the boundary line. Fielded by Craig Gibbon. They won't be prepared to take that second on Gibbsy's arm. 346 for 4. Crawford on strike, facing Scott McCarty. And clean bowled. So that sees the departure of Graham Crawford. So we're going to probably lose about 50 viewers here. All of the Crawfords tuning in. But quick little cameo there from Graham Crawford. Thank you very much for tuning in, Crawford family, and engaging with us in our live chat. So Graham Crawford made 21 from just 15 deliveries. And he hit 3 fours in that very, very short stay. So doing the job for the team and looking to continue to keep that strike turning over, rotating it, giving Clint as much as possible while also looking to do some damage. So good little knock there by Croft Stevo. We're keeping you up, are we?
Yeah, keeping me up. I need that 15 and over. I think the hat's gone. But no, look, just got to. It could pick up now though. This guy in the first game we played, he's quite agricultural and can strike the ball. So this could be a really good finish.
As we see Neil Grice from Tasmania make his way out to the centre, and we saw him play in, I think it was the first game or the second game, first game where he cleared the boundary on a number of occasions. So all those people in New Zealand, in Tasmania, let your mates know that Grum is out there in the middle and is about to unleash that willow. And he's unfortunately been given out LBW first ball, so disappointing there from Neil Grice. Commentator's curse by John Stevens. Wasn't me. And that sees the departure of Neil Grice, failing to trouble the scorers here. And great bowling here by Scott McCarty, bowling straight at the stumps, and obviously the Australians are looking to attack and play across the line, looking to hit this leg side boundary, Stevo.
Yeah, look, it's been where we've been scoring the runs, but I think you've got to hit straight. At the moment, they're bowling, so it's become really full, and you've probably got to try to hit a little straighter to get through. But it'd be interesting. Our captain, first game, played a lovely little cameo, and he doesn't mind using his feet, so he'll work the ball around.
Yeah, I think we saw him make 30 or 40 off about 15 or so deliveries earlier in the week. So Richard Saniga now out in the middle. So the completion of Scott McCarty's 8th over, and he now has 3 wickets for 64. So a very handy over there by the skipper for New Zealand, doing exactly what his teammates were looking for, and he's been leading from the front all day. And we see Johan Howarth now into Clint Kebley, as we see the ball driven down the ground to long on for a single. So we're now into the last over. So I guess Scott McCarty will be on a hat trick next time he bowls a cricket ball, and I'm not sure whether that has to be in an IMC International or whether it's the next game of cricket. I'll let the experts worry about that. But finish off well, Scott McCarty. So last over here for the Australians to capitalise on their final score, as we see Richie Saniga ease the ball out to point. Picked up by Hewson for a single and doing the job to put the informed batsman Kebley back on strike. So Clint Kebley's raced to 70 of 39 deliveries. So fantastic effort here by Clint Kebley. 4 balls remaining as he drives the ball out wide of the long off fielder, and Richard Saniga very quick between the wickets here, scampers back for 2. So the score goes to 6 for 350. So everyone's still in the game here for that RJR cap valued at $550. And very well bowled there by Johan Howarth, right up in the block hole and making it just about impossible for Clint Kebley to work that into any of the gaps or even to find a boundary. So Grant Dew selected 354. Don't forget I said 360, 66. And that's an outside edge down to third man. Well fielded by Scotty Pender, so just 1 run there. So 1 delivery to come. Grant Dew still in the game. 354. So the Aussies 6 for 351. Well finished off here by the Kiwis, and very impressive last few overs bowling at the death. So Richard Saniga goes straight down the ground to long on. And we're seeing Clint Kebley come back, and Richard Saniga running to the strike, the striker's end, and the throw from long on. So 2 to the final score. 353. So I think Grant Dew, 354. You're the winner of the RJR Truckers Cap, valued at $550. So thank you all very much for playing. Hope you've enjoyed the last 15 overs with Steve-O. Steve-O, thank you very much. Maybe a last comment from you before we wrap up all the scores. And you take the mic and maybe give a quick wrap from the Australians' point of view.
Yeah, no, it's a great score, 354. Yeah, so anyway, it's a defendable target. You can see how the way that New Zealand bowled at the end, very tight and full. Obviously, as now bowling, looking along the same lines. Just trying to restrict them. Take the wickets early, hopefully restrict them, because they've shown that they can bat through the innings. So anyway, early pressure hopefully will be the key for us. Thanks, Telf, too. I've really enjoyed my little session up here the last 2 days, and yeah, hopefully we put on a good show in the second innings.
Yeah, wonderful, Steve. Thanks for helping out in the commentary, and I hope I didn't steal too much of the thunder, but it's always great to have some assistant up here in the commentary box. So we might just quickly go through the scorecard here for the Australians, and it started 45 overs ago. We saw Mensforth and Ryan come out to open the batting for Australia after New Zealand won the toss and sent Australia in to bat first on what was an absolute belter of a track. And someone was making a comment. Kelvin Scott over in New Zealand said that the track looks like a really good one. So yes, it is, Kelvin. An absolute belter, and the Aussies proved that here today. And we saw Jed Mensforth go first, top scoring for the Australians with 88. A fantastic knock there by Jed from 94 deliveries with 12 fours, and ably supported there by Paul Ryan, having a great week here, making 85 from 76 and hit 9 fours and 1 big 6. Then Matthew Drain came out at number 3, and he made 39 in quick time off just 29 deliveries. Very aggressive knock there by Matthew Drain, 5 fours and 1 6. And we saw Phil Poller come and go, and he went quickly, but smashed 23 from just 11, and he hit 1 4 and a couple of big 6s over that deep mid-wicket boundary. Graham Crawford came and went as well, 21 from just 15. So great strike rates there from the lower order from Australia, with Puller a strike rate of 209, Crawford with a strike rate of 140, and Matthew Drain with a strike rate of 134. And then Neil Grice, unfortunately, given out LBW first ball. And we saw Richard Saniga, the skipper for Australia, come out and just turn the strike over and give it to Clint Kebley. And all of those guys that batted through that later part of the innings did a fantastic job. But Clint Kebley really got the score going, made 73 not out from just 42 deliveries, hitting 5 fours and 3 sixes, and had a strike rate of 173. So that left the Aussies, after their 45 overs, 6 for 353. And so the Kiwis are going to have a record run chase here today at the Jack Lancaster Oval in Harrup Park in Mackay, and we'll need 254 to win this inaugural Tri-Series tournament here for over 55's. First time it's ever been done anywhere in the world, and it's been recognised by the IMC. So have a look at the bowling figures here from New Zealand, and there were a couple of guys that were standouts, but a lot of the Kiwi guys got a lot of tap. Obviously a batter's paradise out there and a lightning fast outfield being prepared here by Pete and his ground staff here at Harrup Park. But we have a look at Johan Howarth. He bowled 6 overs and bowled brilliantly early on, restricting the Aussies, and he went an economy rate of about 6 and over, but bowled well at the death there, right up in the block hole and giving the Aussies nothing in those last couple of overs. He ended up 6 overs, none for 41. Dave Goldingham also bowled, opened the bowling, bowled 5 overs for 35. A bit wayward early with 5 wides, and obviously found it quite difficult pushing into that stiff breeze from this Great Barrier Reef Arena end. And the skipper, a little bit expensive today, but a wicket taker and took a couple of wickets late. Bowled 8 overs. Scott McCarty, 8 overs, 3 for 64. And Scotty Mason, a little bit expensive today, 5 overs for 47. And Steve Hewson, the baby giraffe. I'm not sure whether that was your mother or your partner or wife listening in, but you bowled exceptionally well and have had a great tournament here this week, and probably the pick of the spin bowlers, coming from 14 foot down and using your height to an advantage. I know all of the batsmen found your bowling extremely difficult throughout the week. You took 1 wicket from your 9 over spell and had 55 runs scored off you. A little bit of tap at the end as the Aussies looked to push on. Chris Jeffries bowled 6 overs for 56, and Craig Gibb got the initial breakthrough and took a couple of quick wickets, and then got a little bit more tap after those 2 wickets when we saw that middle order of Australia come out and push on to that score of 300 and can't see it now, it's gone, 353. But Craig Gibb well bowled early on, took 2 wickets for 49. So Anthony Telfer here checking out, go and grab a bite to eat and catch up with the players and find out a little bit more about how the pitch is playing. But we'll take a break now, and we'll be back here in about half an hour's time to resume the New Zealand run chase here. It's going to be a record run chase in their quest to win this inaugural tri-series from Harrup Park in Mackay, Queensland, Australia. Thanks for joining us for that first innings, and we'll be back real soon. Welcome back to the Jack Lancaster Oval here at Harrup Park in Mackay in Queensland for the exciting run chase by the New Zealand O55's team as they set out to secure the win and chase 354 for victory. And we see Craig Gibb out in the middle to receive the very first ball, along with his partner in crime, Martin Pike, and Neil Grice from Tasmania, representing Australian over 55s, will take, I was going to say the new red cherry, but it's a pink RJR cherry, and going to be an exciting 3 hours of cricket here in front of us to see who takes home the magnificent trophy for the inaugural over 55s Tri-Series tournament here in Mackay. So first ball, right arm over, Neil Grice to Craig Gibb, and it's outside the off stump, and we start with a wide. So the Kiwis are away. First score is an extra. So Neil Grice obviously a little bit stiff, but has now had that loosener. As we see two slips, gully point cover mid-off. And a slashing square cut drive to point and brilliantly fielded there by Graham Crawford, who's deep on that 30-metre mark. We also have Tony Hickey at a fairly deep backward point right on the boundary line. So Grice into Gibb. And a play and a miss there. So nice outswing there from Neil Grice with a lovely breeze coming over his right shoulder from left to right as you're watching here. And I tell you what, I look around the horizon and in the skyline and there's no clouds in sight. So magic day. Best day of cricket here so far. And to leave through to keeper Paul Ryan. That breeze here in Mackay is still quite stiff. And I wandered from the commentary box back over to the players and they all asked, was I hot? And I said, no, I'm cold. That's why I've got the hoodie on. And the ball hit on the up out there to forward point, fielded by Crawford again. So he's in the game. The ball magnet, as he got known last night, seemed to follow him everywhere over the course of this tournament, and that looks like it's going to continue. So Martin Pike now on strike. Craig Gibb away now with that first single off the bat. And a nice drive there by Martin, but well fielded in the follow through by Grice. Stopping any run there. But also backed up by John Stevens at mid-off, who got round behind him. The last ball of the over here, complete the first over. And a drive out to mid-off and fielded by John Stevens. So that sees the completion of the first over of 45 overs with New Zealand away, having scored 3 runs. So a big task here for the Kiwis. They've proven all tournament that they're capable of chasing any score. And they've paced themselves in the first 2 games, defeating Australia, chasing down, I think that was 293 they chased down, and did that with a couple of overs to spare. And then they chased down, I think it was 315 yesterday against the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. And they did that with an over or 7 balls to spare after that magnificent innings that we saw yesterday by William Moggs. See John Stevens. Oh no, that's Richie Saniga, sorry. Richie Saniga, captain of the over-55's team, coming from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. Bowling to Martin Pike. First ball was a play and a miss. And that's wide outside the off stump. And Collins shows us his armpits by raising his arms. Oh, straight through. Good work there by Paul Ryan behind the stumps. The direct hit. But Martin Pike got back in, but obviously a ripping delivery there between bat and pad, and must have only just missed the castle there. And a shot over cover actually has gone along the ground all the way and has smashed into the picket fences out there at the curator side of the ground. And a magnificent shot there from Martin Pike, showing his intent here early. Width and able to free his hands and smash the ball away to the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the innings for the Kiwis goes to Martin Pike. And a little bit short of a length there, and works out off onto the onside, and they get through for a quick single. We have a quick look at the field here, set by Richie Saniga. 2 slips, gully point, squarish third man, cover back on the 30-metre mark, mid off on the 30-metre mark, mid on, and a backward square. And a lot of support from behind the stumps there, but Richard Saniga wasn't interested. So an attacking field here by the Australians, looking to take early wickets. And that's raced away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Richard Saniga straying onto Craig Gibbs' legs there. And no protection anywhere on the onside. So that sees the completion of his first over. An expensive one to start. 10 coming from it. And the Kiwis off to a flyer like the Australians here. None for 13. So we spoke about bowling one side of the stumps during our commentary. And we had Tony Hickey in, and the field was set for offside bowling, and a couple of occasions there, Richard Saniga has strayed onto the pads of the batsman, and then obviously wide outside that off stump as well, where we saw Martin Pike smash the ball to the deep cover boundary for 4. So Neil Grice resuming. And a play and a miss outside the off stump. And through to keeper Ryan. It's going to be critical. We saw Scott McCarty late in the innings for the Kiwis, bowling stump to stump and obviously picking up wickets and restricting the Australian scoring in that latter part of the innings. And it's going to be an important thing here for the Australians to do, as we see it wide outside the off stump and smashed away by Martin Pike. He likes them there, and that races into the picket fences at that deep cover boundary. So great batting, great start here by Martin Pike. He goes to 10 with 2 boundaries already and just 8 deliveries. So all fielders on the offside in front of the wicket are on that 30-metre boundary. We see the ball down the ground straight, backed up there by John Stevens at mid-off, and no run. So your point, your cover, and your mid-off are all starting on that 30-metre mark. So I'd be looking to think that Martin Pike would be looking to drop that ball out into that cover area and look for that quick single. So the Aussies will need to be on their toes there. And that's slashed away over the top of gully and around to the boundary again for another 4, beating Tony Hickey down at third man, who's fairly square on that point boundary. So no chance there. So third boundary to Pike. The New Zealanders race along to none for 21. Too much width there by Grice. So let's see if he can straighten that up. And that's a lot better. And it's hit straight down the ground again by Martin Pike. A glorious offside drive out through the pickets and into the bushland out there. Great batting here from Martin Pike. Another of those top order bats in the New Zealand team who's in great form this week. And at this ground here at Harrup Park at Jack Lancaster Oval, you definitely get value for money with the lightning fast outfields. And a French cut there, and that's now going to race away to the fine leg boundary for another 4 from the over. So no luck here for Neil Grice at the moment. Must have only just missed those stumps there as a French cut bounced and ricocheted down to fine leg for 4. So good over there from New Zealand. None for 29 from 3 overs. So going at 10 and over at the moment. So aggressive start here by the Kiwis. We knew that they would arrive here today after winning the toss and sending the Aussies in, that they would come out and play some attacking cricket, and they've done that all week. That's worked just in front of square for no run. So Richie will need to be very mindful there not to stray onto the legs of Craig Gibb. There's no protection out here on the onside. And that's clean bowled him. So Craig Gibb finds himself on his way. I spoke about that in commentary earlier, that the Aussies needed to realign themselves and start bowling straight at the stumps. And maybe Richie Saniga heard me up here in the commentary box. But great delivery. And a key wicket there for the Aussies. So disappointing for Craig Gibb, who's had also a very good week with the bat. And he now departs for just 5 from 8 deliveries. So we see the skipper here, Scott McCarty, making his way to the centre wicket to join Martin Pike, who's in great form at the moment. 22 from just 12 deliveries, and he smashed 5 fours in that 22. So 20 runs in boundaries. Kiwis now 1 for 29. Start of the 4th over. So big job here for the skipper, Scott McCarty. Fantastic bloke. Spent a lot of time with him over the course of this tournament. Become great friends as the Aussies recognise the skipper at the crease and give him a team round of applause. Richard Saniga, captain to captain. Down the leg side again by Richie. Needs to get off those legs. Get back onto that stump. Round about that 4th stump. 2 slips gully. Deep point, deep cover. And well fielded in the follow there by Saniga. Deep point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on. On the onside, got 2 fielders, mid-on and a forward square leg. That's quite clear with the field the way it's set. that Saniga needs to be on that 4th and 5th stump line for Scott McCarty. An aggressive follow through there from the captain of Australia, Richard Saniga, after successfully taking the first wicket for Australia. And I've just been told by monkey number 1, Andrew Wheeler, that it's the first maiden of the day. So an indication of how well this wicket has played, and obviously the lightning outfield, but good job there by Richard Saniga, realigning himself, taking that wicket of Craig Gibb. We see a couple of fielding changes taking place here. So Grice is going to continue bowling, but he's now got protection against that smashing cover drive that Martin Pike's been playing. So there's a man down at long off. And the ball's hit out to forward point, fielded by Graham Crawford. We'd like to thank all of the Crawfords tuning in while he batted here at Sock TV. So we have a mid-off cover point, deep point on the boundary, 2 slips gully, and a mid-on. And a bit of an appeal from the people behind the stumps, but a play and a miss there by Martin Pike. Nice outswing bowling there by Neil Grice. It's clear the line that he's going to bowl with only one fielder at mid-on on that onside. Very watchful there by Martin Pike. So a better over so far by Neil Grice. We see the ball hit down to mid-off and picked up by might be Craig Gislingham now fielding at mid-off. John Stevens at long off on the boundary. And Giz the great man at mid-off. And very well fielded by Richard Saniga at cover. Punishing drive there by Martin Pike, hitting the ball on the up, but brilliantly fielded by Richard Saniga. He's gone over the top of cover, a little bit squarer this time. It's racing out to the boundary. John Stevens runs around the boundary, picks it up and returns it back in. So they get back for 2. We see the completion of Neil Grice's 3rd over. And a lot better over. 22 off his 3 overs now. And the New Zealanders now 1 for 32. Going along at about 6 and over at the moment. Richard Saniga starts his next over and starts with another wide. So looking at the field here, a slip gully, deep point, deep cover, cover mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket now and a forward square leg. And there's that 5th stump line again by Saniga. Short outside the off stump, and I think it looked like Scott was considering rocking back onto that back foot to pull it, but I think it went away, tailed away, so forced to sort of just jam it down into the gully area. Off the back foot again, punches out to cover and no run. So good bowling here by Saniga. Both captains taking on the responsibility here. One with the bat, one with the ball. And it's left outside off stump and another wide to the score. So Richie Saniga struggling here with his line a little bit, with obviously pushing into that breeze, and that RJR ball doing some weird things, and that's wide down the leg side now. So he needs to really take stock here. Lucky to get away just with the wide there. Forward defensive. And a slashing cover drive there out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Boundary rider out there, I believe, is Phil Puller. Brilliant work there by Tugger. Restricting the score to 1. So the Kiwis move on to 1 for 35. As we see Martin Pike drive the ball down to mid-on. That's the completion of the over. So 5 from that Saniga over. And it's 1 for 15. So, few field positional changes here. With Martin Pike on strike, he has a deep point, deep cover, and a long off. So 3 on the boundary on the offside here. As we see, straight down the ground and well fielded down there by Craig Gislingham. Bounced off his knee, ricocheted off to mid-on. Hasn't rubbed it yet. The great work by the great man. And the continued attacking batting by Martin Pike. No run, not looking for the quick single there, McCarty, as he pushes the ball out into that cover region. A good fielding there by Jed Mensforth. Good line and length there by Neil Grice. Either someone's won the jackpot here at Harrup Park, or we've got a fire alarm in the background happening. I'm not sure what it is, but you may or may not be able to pick that up through the microphone here. as we see Scott McCarty hit the ball aggressively to mid-on and no run again. Well fielded down there by Phil Puller. So it's going to be important here from the Kiwis to be looking for those quick singles and put the pressure on the Aussie fielders if they're going to continue to push upwards to that massive score set earlier in the day by the Australians. Good lines again by Grice. I've got a question from Lloyd Blomfield, obviously from the Walkerston Cricket Club, who were fantastic help to us and support throughout the entire week here in Mackay, allowing us 3 games to be played, or 2 games and a practice match at their facilities, and it's straight onto the leg side. There's no one out there, and it's going to race away to the boundary, backward square leg. So Scott McCarty now moves on to 5 from 14 deliveries, and that's the completion of Neil Grice's 4th over. He has none for 26 from those 4 overs. But back to Lloyd Blomfield, he's asked, who's the quickest bowler of the week? And then followed it up by, it's a hard profession for vets cricketers. Well, I would have to say, having spoken to the keepers throughout the course of the week, probably a couple of standout bowlers I think that are relatively quick. And I would say that Steve Jennings for the over-50s Aboriginal team would be one of those. And I think from the Australians' point of view, I would think it would potentially be John Stevens, although I think someone mentioned Tony Hickey, but I don't think he's in that same league. And I guess Neil Grice, obviously taking the new ball for the Australians, would be up there. I'd be thinking they'd be bowling. Oh, and we see it ball just wide of that short cover. And I'm not sure whether he got a hand to it or not. We could say that he got a hand to it and say it's another drop catch to Graham Crawford, but that's probably not fair. So maybe made a chance out of nothing. So good effort there by Crawford. We see the ball played by McCarty out to short cover there where Graham Crawford's fielding. Graham Crawford definitely has been the ball magnet for the entire week. Doing a great job there at short cover at the moment, Graham Crawford. Wearing one on the body. Big job there. Getting his body behind the ball and restricting the Kiwis. Oh, and a drop catch there by Paul Ryan. Got a little bit excited there, and I think he started appealing before he actually took the catch. So an outside edge. Good bowling there by Richard Saniga. Drawing the error from skipper Scott McCarty, but unfortunately Paul Ryan couldn't glove that cleanly. Looking to potentially throw the ball in the air before he actually caught it. So disappointment there for the Australians and Paul Ryan. No one means to drop a catch. Head up, Paul, and move on. But a life there for the New Zealand skipper. And I'm sure he's going to make the Australians pay now. Put his head down and make sure that he sees this chase get going for the Kiwi team. So, Richard Saniga now bowled 4 overs and taken 1 for 16. Tries to continue from the Mackay Airport end. And that's onto the pads. Paul Ryan chases out the backward square. So a leg by. One more to the score. Moves the Kiwis on to 1 for 43. Look to chase down the Australian score of 6 for 353. Cardi back on strike. That's worked away to fine leg for another boundary to the New Zealand captain. With one player on the field and he's at mid-on. Can't afford to be bowling onto the legs of any batsman with such an attacking offside field. So an error there by Grice. But well played by Scott McCarty, picking up another boundary. He moves to 19 deliveries. We see the ball well fielded there and the follow through by Grice and no run. So the current run rate by New Zealand is 5.5 and over. At the same time, the Australians were none for 51, so fairly tight at the moment. We see a bit of fielding there by Jed Mensforth and no single again by the Kiwis. Set back 30 metres off the bat. Need to be looking at taking those singles at every opportunity to keep this scoreboard ticking over. That ball worked just into that mid-wicket area and Will Pullard comes in off that 30-metre mark from mid-on. So the run rate required now by the New Zealand team is 8.5, 8.46 and over. Still manageable at this point. As we see that ball driven to forward point and well fielded there by Graham Crawford again, ball magnet. 6 off the over with that leg by. Takes the score to 1 for 48, the completion of the 9th over. See McCarty on 10 and Martin Pite playing absolutely brilliantly here. 27 from just 24 deliveries. And he's smashed 5 fours to the boundary. So Richard Saniga bowling to McCarty. And a play and a miss outside that off stump. Well taken there by Paul Ryan. So slip gully, short cover from Graham Crawford. Mid off is Tony Hickey. John Stevens at mid on. Ed Mensforth at short mid wicket. Neil Grice at square leg. We have Craig Gislingham out on the point boundary. We have Phil Puller at that deep cover boundary. Matthew Drain at first slip. Dom Crognali in the gully. And another ball worked down to fine leg for 4. So straying onto the legs again of McCarty is Saniga. And he takes full toll of that delivery. Doesn't miss out this time. So a third boundary there to McCarty. He moves the score on to 1 for 52. So that's the 50 up for the Kiwis. McCarty moves on to 14 now from just 25 deliveries. Ball bowling there, spraying onto the pads. Slipping a gully and a keeper waiting for that edge again. Short outside the off stump, cut away to the boundary. Straight to Craig Gislingham out there. And he returns the ball back in. And McCarty adds another one to the score. And a drive down the ground. One bounce, two bounces over the long off boundary for 4 to Martin Pike. And his intent is quite clear here today. If there's any width, he'll throw the bat at it and take full toll, of which he's done again. So he moves to 31, his 6th boundary of the innings, and current strike rate at 124 as I get tongue-tied here. And he goes again, and brilliantly fielded there by Graham Crawford at short cover, and no run off that last delivery of Richard Saniga's 5th over. And he now has the figures of 5 overs, 1 for 25. So we've got 90 plus people watching us here today from Jack Lancaster Oval at Harrup Park. And we're bringing you this live stream thanks to the support and great work of NV Play and the key punching skills of Mark Horsfall. And we ran a competition and gave away a cap in the first innings for the person who selected the nearest score to the final score that Australia would get. And that was Grant Dew. And he selected 354. So 1 run off. And he gets the RJR Truckers cap valued at $550, and we'll be sending that out your way. And I believe Mark Horsfall said that he would actually sign the cap and send it off to you. So be worth another 100. So great prize there that we give away here. But I think we had about 10 or 15 people enter that competition, and we're going to have another competition here later on today. We see the ball worked there by Martin Pike down to the 3rd man boundary, and Tony Hickey sprints off the white line, returns the ball back into Paul Ryan. So 1 run there to Martin Pike. He moves on to 32. 27 deliveries. 6 boundaries in that 32. As you can see, we've got a change of bowling here. John Stevens, who joined us in the commentary box earlier on, having his first over. Hails out of Cootamundra in New South Wales. That bounced a little bit there, and looking for a quick single is Scott McCarty. So good intent there by the skipper. No support there from his partner at the other end, and he says, sorry, mate. Because we know once Scott McCarty gets started, it's pretty hard to turn that Mack truck around and get back to the safety of the crease. Outside the off stump, so utilising that breeze to his advantage here is John Stevens today. And outside the off stump, and a wide called by umpire Dave Powell, and he raises his arms and shows us his armpits, as I think I detected a signal from skipper Saniga, asking Tony Hickey to warm up down on the 3rd man boundary. So we might see a double change here by the Aussies, as we see the ball worked out to that deep backward point boundary where Tony Hickey's fielding. And 1 run to the score. That's the completion of a very tidy first up over by John Stevens. Just 4 runs from that over. And has the figures of 1 over, none for 4. So the Kiwis going along at about 5.55 runs and over. You can see there, 1 for 61 with Mackay 17 and Pike on 32. And I was correct. Richard Saniger has finished his first 5 over spell. And we'll see Tony Hickey welcome to the crease, and he also joined us earlier in commentary, hailing out of Mildura, Victoria, along with another one of his teammates in 2 teammates in Jed Mensforth and Brad Perdue. A strong Mildura contingent in this Australian team here this week. We see Richie Saniger and Tony Hickey currently trying to work out their field placings here. So Tony Hickey will utilise this now strong southeasterly breeze pushing from left to right to his advantage. And we'll look to utilise that late in-swing that he has that uncanny knack of producing. And then his variation ball will be that one that goes straight through. And nearly gets through the gate first up. An inside edge by McCarty out to backward square. And you can see Tony Hickey trying to rev up his boys out there. Very unlike Tony Hickey to do that. No passion or commitment at all from the old fella. Short of a length there. Looking for a single. Bit of uncertainty between the two. So good fielding there by Matthew Drain. So that G up by Tony Hickey's worked, and both batsmen are now coming together to say, hey, let's make sure we make sure of this single, and we either go or we don't. Let's not go 50-50 each way. That'll just create havoc here for the batsman. As we see the ball hit down to mid-on. Another run there to Martin Pike. And Darren Cox has now entered the room, the Sock TV chat room. Coxie, hope you're going well, and thanks for the question. What year did RJR start? Well, I've got one of their caps, and I know the answer to that. As we see McCarty go straight down and well fielded there by Tony Hickey. And it was established in, and I'll leave it at that. So if you've got a cap, or you know the brand, maybe enter your answer into the chat room. And a little bit of bat on that. Half-hearted stifled appeal from Hickey and Matthew Drain at Gully. John Lloyd has said 2011. I'm looking at the cap on Mark Horswell's head, and he's shaking his head, so it's not 2011. Great manufacturers of the RJR ball is RJR Sports. So thanks, Lloydie, for that, and I hope you're enjoying this live stream here today. Great to catch up with you briefly here when you were here in Mackay, and hope that all things go well for you. Tony Hickey outside the off stump, and a late cut shot there by Scott McCarty, who walks through for a single. Well fielded down on the boundary there by Craig Gislingham. So what year did RJR start? That's the current trivia quiz. There's no prize for this. It's just a general knowledge question to see if anyone can tell us what year they started operation. Ryan Armstrong and Jason Simmons were the founders of RJR. I think there was a third person involved, but The R is Ryan and the J is Jason and the R could be somebody else, but I'm not sure who that is. But I'm sure someone will tell us. So John Stevens resuming from the Mackay Airport end. McCarty, who squirts the ball out backward a square. Size 12 boot used by Jed Medsforth there and cuts that ball off. So the Kiwis moving along quite steadily at the moment. 1 for 65, going a run rate of 5.3. Required run rate is now 8.8. So edging up. But we know that the Kiwis have that batting depth and the ability to go at 15 to 20 runs and over later on. We see Martin Pike aggressively hit that ball into the cover area and well fielded by Captain Richard Saniger. Well bowled again and a slight misfield there by Richie Saniger. See Brad Perdue, one of the emergencies here today out on the field. I believe Clint Kebley has injured part of his body. Can't remember what it was, but I'm sure Wheels will tell me. He's done a knee. Hasn't done a knee, but it's just blown up, I believe. And another ball on the leg side to Scott McCarty, and you can't bowl there, Steve-O, as it's whipped away to the boundary for 4 down to fine leg. So they've been a handy over so far, but straying onto the legs of McCarty was Stevens, and Scott's not going to miss out on that opportunity to score a boundary against the Aussies. He now moves on to 24. So a good little partnership starting to develop here by the Kiwis. Pike on 34 and McCarty on 24. 1 for 70 now, the New Zealanders. We see the ball worked out to mid-wicket and Dom Crognali, I won't say throws out his size 14. It's probably a size 7. Those that know Dom know that he's about 4'6". But also the vice captain here for Australia. And another ball down the leg side, and this time it's been called a wide by Dave Powell. An opportunity missed there by Scott McCarty. Take full toll on that leg side delivery and work it away to that fine leg boundary where there's no protection. And a square cut by McCarty out to the boundary, and we see Brad Perdue running around and a brilliant dive and save, and then return the ball back in. So a bonus having Brad Perdue out on the field for the Australians, one of the better fielders in the Australian team. With Clint Kebley having injured his knee whilst batting, and I thought I saw that actual occurrence. I saw he pulled up short. Not sure after a shot or whether he'd finished running or he turned and stopped, but I saw him grab and hobble for a bit. So unfortunate there for Clint, who batted exceptionally well there in that first innings for Australia. Really dominating that late order surge by the Aussies. They pushed up to that score of 353. So completion now of John Stevens' second over. A little bit more expensive, going, I think there was probably 8 off that over. 9 off that last Stevens over. So Tony Hickey resuming from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. That's just outside off stump and well fielded by Matty Drain, throwing his body to the ground and getting every millimetre of that body behind the ball. So a great batting pitch here at the Jack Lancaster Oval, as we've seen so far. We see a missed time shot there from Pike, take the inside edge and squirt out to mid-on. It was fielded by John Stevens. So Tony Hickey bowling is in swing medium pace here, as we see a ball hit straight down the ground and diving and saved there in the follow through by Tony Hickey. Tony currently over 60, but playing and representing Australia in the over 55's. One of the most fittest 60-year-olds that I've ever met, and reminds me very much of a young Tom Hafey, when Tom Hafey was coach of the Richmond Footy Club, and Tony Hickey's played a lot of cricket. Loves his running, loves his bike riding, loves his fitness. I think I've seen him in the pool most mornings and most nights, doing his rehab and stretching, and now he's bowling for Australia in the over 55's here at the Jack Lancaster Oval. Bowling to Martin Pike. And a miss-hit there again, mistimed by Martin Pike, looking to drive that ball down the ground through that mid-off cover region, but that late swing catching Martin Pike out again and taking the inside edge and running down to mid-on. So a deep point, deep square leg, and a long on as the boundary riders here for Tony Hickey. Right arm over to McCarty, who leaves the ball wide outside the off stump, and well taken there by Paul Ryan. Another wide to the score, as we see Colin Morris raise his arm and show us his armpit. And a great take there by Paul Ryan down the leg side. Obviously, maybe a pre-planned ploy there, but Scott McCarty up to the challenge, keeping his right leg grounded behind that line, but another run to the score with a wide being called. Soft hands there by McCarty as he eases the ball out. And poor throw, I believe, from Matthew Drain. Misfielded or not taken there by Paul Ryan, and no one backing up at that point. So a single there. And you can see that ball taking the inside edge there of Martin Pike. So it's going to be difficult for Martin to play that big booming cover drive and off drive with the in swing of Hickey. So brilliant over again there from Tony Hickey. Bowling 2 overs now and has none for 7. So that run rate required. Now getting closer to 9. 8.94. The New Zealanders have now moved on to 1 for 77. The completion of the 14th over. So one more over and we'll have a short drinks break. I see Rab Morton has joined us in the chat room and said the Kiwis seem to be doing it okay on turf so far. And look, Rab, this is an absolutely brilliant batting track here that's been prepared by the curators, Peter and his crew, at the Jack Lancaster Oval. As we see Scott McCarty ease that ball down to the deep backward point boundary, and they wander through for an easy single. So question for everyone at the moment in the chat room is RJR, what year did they start? We've had one go, 2011 by John Lloyd. And we'll see that the IMC, International Masters Cricket, have joined the chat room, left a comment, and then removed it. So if it's you, Jim Morrison, feel free to. We see a play and a miss wide outside the off stump, and we see a no ball called this time by the umpire, Dave Powell, down there at the far end. And talking to John Stevens last night, he said whenever he bowls that effort ball, he tends to overstep that front foot. So a free hit here from Martin Pike. He goes banging a top edge over the top of where the slips were, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. So a bonus 5 runs there to the Kiwis. And Martin Pike takes full advantage of that, and he moves to 39. Score goes to 1 for 83. So great to have everyone here joining our chat room. And I believe highest scores, I see that Jim's on the money. He's been adding some comments. The highest scores ever in IMC. England versus Namibia over 50s 2025, 414 for 7. Pakistan versus Australia, 6 for 400 in the over 40s, and another outside edge through that second slip area, and another boundary there to the Kiwis. So some big scores here coming through from Jim Morrison from the IMC. Wales, 359 for 4 versus Canada. England versus Wales. Oh, sorry, that Wales versus Canada was over 60s. 374 for 3 by England versus Wales in the over 60s in 2023. And 359 for 5 by England versus India in the 50s in 2022. And then the score today, 353 by Australia versus New Zealand. So thanks, Jim, for providing that information and sharing it with the people that are in the chat room and joining us here. Those that aren't, there's some further information from our stats guru at the International Masters Cricket, as we see a ball driven down to long on, or sorry, to mid on there, and no run by Mackay. And that's the completion of the 15th over. We'll take a short break. We'll get a word from our sponsors. Thinkle, the hilarious word association game. First thought fun.
Party.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Slice?
Yeah!
Hey! Almost said topping.
Oh,
I almost said topping.
curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's
a belly.
Oh, yeah.
Harrup pineapple.
It's pretty good. All right, crust.
Sounds amazing.
Mm.
That is sugar pie.
So welcome back. All the players are ready. 2 umpires are coming back out onto the ground. Obviously a quick toilet break by the gentleman in blue. We've been doing a magnificent job, not just today, but right through the tournament. I've heard nothing but positive comments from the players. A few of the batsmen, like batsmen do, sometimes think they're not out. But from up here in the commentary box, over the course of the week-long tournament, I've been very impressed by the men in blue. I just had to wave on your behalf, monkeys. The umpires were waving, wanting to get play started. Monkey 1 and monkey 2. So 2 monkeys and a horse up here, bringing the live scoring, live streaming commentary. I could go 2 monkeys, a horse and a legend, but I won't go that way. Anyway, Tony Hickey resuming as we see the ball well pitched up, right in the block hole and well kept out by Martin Pike. We're seeing quite a bit of engagement now in our chat room, so thanks to all of you people engaging and playing along. And Anton Ballon, it's not 2009. The current trivia quiz running. And another well pitched up delivery by Tony Hickey and well played by Martin Pike. So our current trivia question currently, what year did RJR start? We've had 2011, 2009. And that's on the pad, and I'd say that's angling down the leg side there. But a big appeal there by Tony Hickey, which you would expect, but not a lot of support from Paul Ryan from behind the stumps. So what year was RJR started? RJR, the providers of our cricket balls right through this tournament. On the up there is driven out to cover by Martin Pike, and he moves to 45 on the verge of another 50 from this tournament. Question by Darren Cox. Highest score by a batsman in the IMC, and Jim's all over that. 195 by Abdul Razak. See the ball smashed out that deep point boundary and fielded by Craig Gislingham out there. And that was in an over 40s tournament in Pakistan against the Australians. Former international player Abdul Razak smashed the Aussies all over the park that day, that's for sure, as we see the ball driven down and well fielded there by Richie Saniga. So another run to the score. Takes the Kiwis to 1 for 91 at the completion of another Tony Hickey over, who's bowling with great economy at the moment. 3 overs, none for 10. And another interesting stat here by Jim Morrison, full of it today. I could say he's full of it all the time, but he's providing some great information here that no team has ever successfully chased down a score of 350 plus. And knowing Jim and his passion for the New Zealand team, he'll be sitting at home at the moment supporting the over 55 Kiwis as they take on this challenge. Chase down 354 for victory. And Anton Ballon has WinViz. Got Australia at 67% and New Zealand at 33%. And Anton's now jumped in and said, to be fair, it's a registered business in 2017. But that wasn't the question, Anton. The question wasn't when was the business registered, it was when was the business established. And Mark Horsfall shakes his head. It wasn't 2017 according to the marketing material on the hat that we have here. that's going to be worn and signed and then sent to Grant Dew in Victoria. There might be some Queensland perspiration on your cap when you get it, Dewey, and hope you're still tuning in. And thanks for playing along earlier on, and a ball down the leg side as we see a change of bowling here as Graham Crawford now comes into the attack. First delivery is pushed down the leg side and well taken by Paul Ryan. Whips the bails off and a wide signalled by the umpire. And the ball's driven straight down the ground, uppishly there. Probably not a chance because it was hit with great force, but Croft tried to get across and get a hand on it, either to stop it or to try and take that catch, but right through to the long off boundary and fielded down there. Another run to Martin Pike. And a full toss there. We see Scott McCarty ease that down down towards the long on boundary for another single. So 1 for 94. See the ball whipped out to mid-wicket there by Martin Pike. So steady start here by Crawford. Started with a wide. 3 legitimate deliveries in the over so far. As we see an outside edge hit down to that short, squarish third man, John Stevens. No run again. So the Kiwis aren't looking to take singles here in this early part or mid part of the innings. They need to be keeping that scoreboard ticking over and hit uppishly to mid-wicket. A cry of anguish coming from Crawford, thinking he was half a chance, but landed well short of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's Richard Saniga there. Quicker delivery, pushed through there by Graham Crawford. So nice tidy over to start with there from Graham Crawford. Just 4 runs coming from that over. 3 runs, sorry. 3 runs, so even better than I thought. Couple of singles and a wide, was it? Thumbs up from monkey number 1, Andrew Wheeler. So we see Tony Hickey resuming from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. Bowling to Scott McCarty. Current score is 1 for 94 in their chase for 354 for victory. We see a wider delivery and Scott McCarty going after that, but mistimed it, and that's that late swing from Tony Hickey that makes it extremely difficult. You need to allow for that swing, but then you've got to watch that straighter one that he pushes across you as a right-hander. But I'm joined in the commentary box by Greg James, great friend, and been up here as we see McCarty go down the ground and a quick single this time, so a bit more intent shown by the captain. Great friend in Greg James, who's been here for the week as team manager of the Australian Over-50's inaugural team, playing here in Mackay. And Greg, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Telf. It's a pleasure being here, actually. I've I really have enjoyed this week. Unfortunately for the rain, of course, but there's nothing much we can do about that. Mother Nature, we don't have anything no control over her, of course. She controls our life and what happens.
Yeah, exactly right, Greg. It's been a tough week, one from the players' point of view, but also from my point of view, trying to ensure we got as much cricket as possible. So early mornings, late nights, talking with curators, umpires, club officials, as we see the completion of Tony Hickey's 4th over, bowling exceptionally well here for the Aussies. And his figures currently 4 overs, none for 11. So we can see the worm now starting to head south for the Kiwis, which means the net run rate required now is pushing up to 10. So we're up to 9.59, Greg. And what a week it's been, mate. I know from your point of view, your team has, I tell you what, excelled all expectations. I thought they played brilliantly and unlucky not to win yesterday, but some standout performances from a lot of the players that you brought up here to play for the very first time.
It sure is, Tel. What's really impressed me about our guys is the talent that we do have in our team, and just the way that they've approached the game too as well. And look at the 2 games that have been played over the last couple of days. It's just been amazing. Like 1,200 runs scored, 180 overs bowled. Remarkable cricket, and to at any level, that is fantastic cricket. It's great cricket, played in good spirit, and so proud of my boys. Just being out there, being competitive, and to score 314 runs, you'd be feeling quite confident about that. And then to get pipped as well. I mean, we've made some fundamental errors which cost us the game, but it's a great learning experience. But for us to be there, guys over 55 making 300 runs, that's a great achievement in itself.
Yeah, it has. And I tell you what, Greg, I tell you what's captured everyone's imaginations is, I think, the camaraderie between all of the teams, and especially, you talk about your team and your mob and all of the boys. I tell you what, the acknowledgement to country at the start of each day's play where you played, and then obviously the passionate reply and response with the national anthem from the New Zealanders. It's just added. We all came here to play cricket, as we see Martin Pike go over the top of point, and it races away towards the boundary and pulled up very quickly. I thought that was going to race away quickly. I was looking out towards the picket fence and spotted it out on the grass. So fantastic knock there by Martin Pike as he brings up his 50, and we'll let the crowd share the enjoyment with Martin. Great knock there by Martin Pike, and I just woke Greg James up with that applause. We see him go over square leg, and it's going to race away again for another boundary. So good batting here by Martin Pike, and he went 51 off 55 balls and 9 fours, and Martin Pike did some damage against you guys yesterday too.
Yes, he did. He's had an exceptional 3 or 4 days here as well. It is a great crowd here today at Harrup Park. It's good to see so many people here. Very boisterous as well, so really good. No, look, he's a quality player. A couple in the Australian team. You've got some great cricketers out there. Fantastically led by their skipper Richard. But you got one of the great supporters. I've been a great supporter and a great fan of Matthew Drain. He's made. I think he's got his average today, isn't he? Like 2 100s and now 48. What a fantastic cricketer with, he's played district and and now he's up here, talking with our guys, mixing with our guys, and he received a Man of the Match award the other day, which is a replica of our 1988 tour. Now, to see that look on his face, he absolutely loved it. So that's priceless. But the camaraderie and us just mixing with both the Kiwis and our fellow Australian players is just you cannot replace it. It's just awesome, really brilliant.
Yeah, and being a part of each day's play and watching Scott McCarty talk about your mob and his mob and how it's coming together, and talking about potentially tours, by the Australian over-50s Aboriginal teams in New Zealand. There's discussions happening, so more opportunity for your guys to represent their culture and, travel to New Zealand and play some cricket. Having been over there a couple of times now already, it'll be a great experience if you can pull something like that off. But we see Tony Hickey here bowling to the aforementioned Scott McCarty, who's already had a chance early on. He's moved on nicely now to 34. And the current score is 1 for 108. And he goes airborne, and that's gone wide of both fielders, picking the gap beautifully and racing away to the boundary for 4. So another boundary to McCarty, moving on to 38, and we've seen what he can do, and we saw what he did yesterday and the day before against the Aussies. Greggy's a quality cricketer. There's no doubt about that. He's played a fair bit of Premier cricket in New Zealand.
He is a great cricketer. He strikes the balls so well. The moment he walks out to the crease, he just shows that little bit of class about his batting, and obviously he's an experienced cricketer. With there's a bit of a misfield out there. The ball is going towards the boundary, and there's another 4 runs. So he is a great player, but overall he's a lovely fella too as well, and he speaks very highly of Australian cricket. He has a great respect for cricketers, Australian cricketers, of course, and that's something that is a good friendship and a good mateship that we've struck with Scott. And yeah, you're right, Telf, that we are actually starting to get a bit excited about the possibility of a tour over there. And yeah, we've already started to have some conversations, and it started already because I've just spoken to one of our ex cricketers who went in the 1988 tour, a gentleman by the name of Norman Fry. He's been very successful in the mining industry up in Darwin, etc. So I spoke to him, and he's indicated that he would be prepared to put up some sponsorship money for us. So I'm going to relay that information on to the guys tonight, and it looks very, very promising. So he's going to put up some money for us and hopefully get us over the ditch and have some, involved in a 10-day tour. But so really excited about that. But I said nothing concrete at this stage. We need to get the invitation from the NZ guys first before we can, ratify it, etc. But it's just an extension of where we are right now. From this weekend in the Tri Series, this is just a springboard for us to start. All of the guys have just thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to come up here and be involved in the Tri Series, and it's something that we hopefully want to continue on, and looking forward to that development later on. But it's about creating that pathway for our younger potential community coming up too as well, and that's really important for us. Important for everyone, of course, that for men to be involved in that from a mental health point of view too as well, but having some healthy lifestyles, creating that too as well.
Very well said, Greg James, who's joined me in the commentary box. We see Crawford continuing another outside edge and no run as it squirted out to third man. And Greg, if you need someone to come over and do some commentary and live streaming and live scoring, I'm more than happy to come across and support the boys. But obviously this is the first time that the team has come together. So lots of personalities and lots of different cultures too, I guess, from different parts of Australia. What are the key learnings and key takeouts that, at this short notice, that have been learnt from this week of cricket? But I guess obviously a lot of work has been put in behind the scenes by a number of people, and Matty Lewis was the driving force behind the whole week. But these sort of things don't come together overnight. So, yeah, share what the learnings are from your point of view.
I've been fortunate, of course, to be involved in a tour, of course, with the 1988 tour, where we spent 8.5 weeks touring of England, and that was basically the catalyst for Matt to invite me to as well, as to bring my experiences of touring and share that amongst our group. But it's about the experience is what we've found and what we've, most of the guys have learnt is that, when you are on tour and you are in an event like this, it's really important that you show that camaraderie, that you help each other out. And not only are we, Indigenous cricketers involved in being selected in this competition, but we're ambassadors for our culture too as well. And that's really important, that we conduct ourselves in a professional manner, and that we do send really good positive messages out there to not only to our people, but to everyone involved, to say that this is a great learning experience for us. This is as I say, this is the starting point for us to then launch on to. But look, our guys are so excited, and with a bunch of guys that we've never met before, get to know them and the stories. And I heard some stories of Australia's their cap presentation, and how the emotions showed. It's just, and it just, to someone to receive that baggy green cap, it's such a treasured cap, and you can't buy them at Kmart or anywhere else. You get them. It's an honour, and to see the emotions of the guys and the stories that came with them receiving their caps was just, you can't explain it to anyone. The feeling in that room, and you were there too, well, and you heard the stories and you've seen the emotions in the room, and you just, and I just wish that you would have brought your camera along and recorded that, because it was a magic moment, wasn't it? It was just, and I no doubt it would have been the same for the Australian guys, because there was 6 new caps being presented for the Australian guys, and the same with the New Zealand guys. They did theirs in a different way, and you can't explain that feeling in the room, and to see all of our guys receiving their caps, every one of them, because they're new caps. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. But great learning experience from our guys for the week, and no doubt there are lots of things that we could do better in regards to management of the players and that sort of things. But this is all part of the learning and process, and about players getting used to these conditions too as well.
Yes, it's been great to watch. Yes, Greg, it's definitely been a fantastic week, not just for your guys, but for the Australian team and also the New Zealanders, who only came with 11 and have got through unscathed with no injuries, and two of the leaders of their team at the moment out in the middle, and starting to look to lift that run rate up. We still see it hovering around that 9.7, 9.8 mark. Currently going at 5.7. Current score is 1 for 125, and Tony Hickey doing a really good job here for the Australians. Currently in his 6th over and has none for 25. You see the ball hit down the ground and brilliantly picked up there by Richie Saniga. And no run. They continue to not look for those quick singles. We've got a free hit. There was a no ball. I'm not sure what that no ball was for. Probably for the front foot, I would say. So free hit here for Scott. He'll go bang here. And he does just that. And that's gone up and over, and it's gone over and over. And big 6 there. So 7 bonus runs there for the Kiwis. So big mistake there by Tony Hickey, overstepping on that front foot. And that's his 50. So great knock there to Scott McCarty. And the crowd enjoying every minute of that, as we see Scott McCarty, 51 from 61 deliveries, 6 4s and 1 6. So he raises his bat again, and obviously his teammates right behind him there. And the leader of the Kiwi pack, I guess, Greg. Great batting there by Scott McCarty, and not just a great leader, but a great human being, and really interacted with him. And I haven't heard one bad word said about Scott from anyone all week, and it's a testament to his character.
It sure is. Uh, Even the national anthem yesterday, you know, he led that, and his voice is so projected, so powerful, and it was a very special feeling listening to them not only sing the language, which is, you know, awesome, because once again, that's part of a culture. And that's probably why we have that sort of close affiliation with him too, as connection, because of the language too as well. But he's a great leader. You can tell by the rest of the players how much respect they do have for him, because he's a big man and he's got a big voice, and you know, he's well respected amongst his group. And they've got some big players in their side, and so there's another 4 out there for the New Zealand team. So the scoreboard's ticking along nicely here. They're just, I think you can just feel as they've increased the momentum a little bit. They know that they've got a huge target in front of them. But having said that, they have not been intimidated by targets of over 300. They chased it down 314 with us yesterday. And they chased it down a total of close to 300 the other day. So it's not beyond them. They know that they can do it, and they've got some great hitters in their side. But they've also got you know, a couple of players who also work the ball well around the field too as well, and use their head quite well in regards to pushing singles. Whilst they've got a couple of huge men out there, but they realise that they do have to push the singles. But what if they don't make it singles, they make up it with boundaries, etc. But he's a very good man. He's a great man. I spoke to him at length the first night after our introduction. And there's another 4, as well as a square drive out through the covers. So the score is ticking along here. So the Australian boys a couple of them got their heads down. They need to pick that up a little bit. So, and they will. They're a good side. They're a great side. They go through these little lulls, but they've got a great skipper out there who will no doubt encourage them along on the round boundary. But look, the New Zealand guys are such lovely guys too as well. They're great to talk to, and to spend that time with us, the whole 3 of us. And they've showed some great spirit, because when we played yesterday, the Australian boys came out and watched. We went and watched them. When the Aussie boys were playing, the New Zealand team come along, and that's what it's all about. That's the spirit of the game. That's something that you know about, the spirit of the game. So so there's another single going out to there. So scoreboard's ticking along nicely. So this is going to be a very interesting game, Telf.
Sure will, Greg. And current score now is 1 for 143. We're into the 23rd over. As we see the ball work down to short fine leg, and well picked up by Dom Crognali down there. No run. So great partnership happening here at the moment. See if we can identify what that current partnership is. But we've got Pike on 70. Scott McCarty, who just recently got his 50, on 53. Ball is hit back to the bowler there in Crawford. We've got Horse trying to catch flies here at the moment. So first fly I've seen all day. And Les Knox is giving the Horseman a bit of a hard time here. So I'd belt him if I was you, Horse. Greg, now you touched on that tour of England in 1988. Must have been great memories, mate. What was one or two of the highlights of that tour? And I think I spoke to Bert the other day, and he said he got to shake the hand of Queen Elizabeth and got the opportunity not to play at Lord's, but to play outside in the park or the smaller oval there at Lord's. From your point of view, obviously a great experience and opportunity back in 1988 for a group of Aboriginals to head off to England and play some cricket.
Tough. Look, it's one of these tours that's etched in your mind for the rest of your life. I mean, you know, a tour of England at any sport level is just, an absolute honour. Many highlights of the of our tour in 1988. Obviously, playing at Lords. I mean, that's every cricketer's pinnacle is playing at Lords. Although our time was cut short by Mother Nature over there as much as well as here. Our time there was cut short, but just the opportunity to play at Lords was an absolute honour and highlight of our cricket trip. Meeting the Queen at Buckingham Palace. I mean, it's and that was awesome as well, just to go to Buckingham Palace, meet the Queen inside Buckingham Palace, and having tea with the Queen. Not too many people can say that. It was a great opportunity, but just playing over there against the county sides, playing at the first game at the Oval, and then we played at Edgbaston and Kent, famous Kent ground with the oak tree inside the Oval. But many of the county sides we played against, but there was a handfuls of other invitational games and celebrity games we played with, and a lot of the games that we played against, we had a lot of Aussies playing over there doing their English cricket season that we played against them. But one of the highlights, and a highlight for me, was also prior to going over to England, playing against the Prime Minister in Manly, where there was something like 15,000 people there. But we were playing against our old Test greats, our Test players: Dennis Lilly, Rod Marsh, Ian Walker, Lenny Pascoe, and these were my childhood heroes. And here I was playing cricket against them, and that's the day we also received our baggy green caps by the Prime Minister. So that was an honour in itself. But many of highlights of the Aboriginal cricket tour. But that exposes to the experience of living life as a Test player, living out of hotels, on buses, and having cricket gear strewn all over the place. But we had some great leadership in there. We had a great manager in Mark Ella, because of his rugby contacts, and it was just a fantastic tour. Absolutely.
Thanks for sharing those. And I had the opportunity I think I might have been about 19 or 20, had the opportunity to go to England. I chose to go to university instead, and one of my regrets in life that I never got the opportunity to play cricket in England. But as a 60-year-old, I still have that opportunity, and hopefully one day we'll get over to the motherland and have a game of cricket or two and get to experience what English conditions are like. But thank you for sharing those stories from that 1988 tour. And, check the score here, 1 for 145. We're coming to the completion of the 24th over, and we see Craig Gislingham into the attack now as a quick single is taken to mid off by Martin Pike, who moves on to 72. Just 69 deliveries with 12 fours in that 72. And he's being very well supported by his skipper in Scott McCarty as he looked to go big, I think, and then mishit it and went no way. So 54 for Scott off 69 deliveries, and that's the completion of Graham Crawford's 4th over. And he has none for 28. The 3 off that Crawford over, so a win there for the Australians. And we see the current run rate, Greg, is 6.08, and the required rate is 9.9. So getting closer to that 10 and over, but we know that, as you said earlier, the Kiwis have got some class hitters in that middle order, and 2 of their best hitters are currently at the crease, so there's a lot more firepower to come. And 24 overs, 21 overs remaining. Need about 150 odd. So things are getting tight here. And 2 men for the job. So I think the key number there on the scoreboard, Greg, is there's 9 wickets in hand.
That is big key. Obviously to launch, whilst you're working your way up to these, getting up to that sum, that figure. you've got wickets in hand, it provides you that opportunity to then to launch into, elevate a couple of batsmen who can hit the ball well, just to rearrange your normal order up a little bit. And anything can happen. But as we've seen with these guys yesterday, that they play very a very good tactical game too as well. They keep themselves within the target. They make sure that they don't maintain at a length where they can provide the opportunity to launch. But it's going to be an interesting game of cricket, particularly when you've got these two guys out. They're experienced cricketers, and then they've got obviously a breadth of talent sitting in gazebos waiting to come in. They've got a couple of great hitters. The number 3 batsman, number 4 batsman for that can work the ball around and use his brain, cricket brain to work around the field himself. Taking away a couple of runs away, and that's eliminating the deficit. And yes, you can hear the voices of the Australian boys just trying to G each other up out there. So obviously, when you hear that, it's got a little bit of a cry to say, we're a little bit worried about the score with these guys. So they obviously do need a wicket at this stage to stem the tide and to pull it back within their reach. They're in a good position, but you're in a position like that where you've got that nice comfort zone of 350, but that's just slowly tacked away. A bit of panic can build in, and we've seen it far too often too as well. When you've got some guys that are hitting the ball sweetly, and there's another nice on drive, off cut drive out to the field, and there's another 2 runs. So this is heading towards a great finish, Self, and I think that's what all of us do know, that it's going to come down to a tight finish, and looking forward to seeing what's going to happen around about the 40th over mark, see where it's sitting, but certainly heading in that way, that direction of a great game.
We're joined in the commentary box here by Greg James, the team manager for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, and I said that there was only another 150. It's actually another 200 that they need now. So they're 152 for 1. Completion of the 25th over, so I need another 202 from 20 overs. Big Crawford completing his 5th over and has none for 34. Craig Gislingham bowling from the Great Barrier Reef Arena end. And there's that quicker delivery that angles right in, and a very crafty bowler is Craig Gislingham, a former left arm medium quick, and now has become, in his older age, a left arm finger spinner, that quicker arm ball. So there's pace off the ball as we see that ball whipped out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and very well fielded down on the boundary by Brad Perdue, and a get back for 2, but brilliant fielding down there, saving 2. And Greg, we first met at Harrup, I think. I don't think we'd met before, had we? No. So, as you're aware, we're heading to Harrup with the spirit of cricket. We've got 33 people heading there in May, the 23rd to the 26th, and I'm hoping that you're going to be able to make that journey. And that looks like another drop catch there by the Australians at short mid-wicket, so another life to McCarty. And chance for an overthrow there, but drop catch there by Neil Grice, so another life and another opportunity for Scott McCarty to make the Aussies pay. As we see the ball whipped down to long on, fielded by John Stevens down there. But Harrup, tell us about Harrup, and do you think you'll be able to make that trip in May? Because we'd love to have you there, and we'll look to try and explain and get that message out about how good Harrup is and what it means to your your culture and your community and the significance of that place.
Edenhope and Harrow district is obviously a very special place for me. I've been to Edenhope and Harrow district now on reunions, and before we went away to England, of course, it was really important for us to go down and see the origin, the birthplace and origin of the 1868 tour. I think I've been to Edenhope and Harrow now around about 8, 9 times on reunions, cricket matches, and there's also the Johnny Muller Cup, which happens every year too as well, and I've been to that. I love the place. I just get this feeling and a really strong connection to it, to the area as well. But every time I go down there, I just, hairs on the back of my neck just grow, and I can feel the 1868 tour surrounding me. I love the place. I'll definitely be down there in May with you and whatever, the cricketers that attend down there. And they've got a magnificent, the Harrow, the centre down there is the Johnny Muller Centre, and that is awesome. So I urge anyone in that area to go down to that, to the what's it called, that Harrow
Discovery Centre.
Harrow Discovery Centre. How do I not know that? So, and it's got all of the history of the 1868 tour. It's got all the history of our 1988 tour. Great place, absolutely great place. It's special to me, special to all of our players. Love going down there. Just bowling. And Telf, we talk about another catch that's been dropped out there today, and I don't know how many catches have been dropped today by New Zealand, but over each game, there's been on average around about 6 catches dropped per team every innings, and that happened to New Zealand yesterday. It happened to our guys as well, and even today, which is innings I've seen of the New Zealand team, I think the Australian boys are now up to 3 or 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've seen, 3 or 4 now. Seems to be the current trend. You get over 55, you've got to drop catches as well as try to make runs, but drop catches too. Whether that's coordination, eyesight, or imbalance. There's a great save out there on the boundary. So the ball comes back. So that was again by Pike. So what's Pike on now? He must be up there. He's 81, so he's again putting together a crafty innings. Of course, he made a ton the other day, and like Matthew Drain from Victoria are showing their class in this competition, and they're obviously key players, and both recognising key players from both sides, and their contribution is again being shown out today. So, and there's New Zealand captain. There's a brilliant catch on the outfield. That was heading towards 6. There's Scott's just looking, but what a fantastic catch that was.
And I think that was Tony Hickey on the boundary, and I've seen Tony Hickey do that on quite a number of occasions. And I actually played the game where he snapped his Achilles in a very, very similar situation, and he's a previous AFL country footballer, Greg, and very competitive, and he ran that boundary line and jumped in the air and plucked that out of the air. So you talked about catches, and that's probably a very important catch to be taken there by the Australians as we see the departure of Scott McCarty for a very well-made 59 from 78 deliveries with 6 fours and a solitary 6. So a significant wicket there for the Australians. Disappointment there for the skipper, Scott McCarty, who was starting to really look to up the ante, and they need to, with the current rate now above 10 and over, and very quickly that's going to become 15, Greg, if they don't keep trying to maintain that 8, 9, 10 and over, which we know that the Kiwis can do. But great catch there by Tony Hickey out there, and Graham Crawford picks up his first wicket of the innings, and he has 1 ball remaining, and Yes, we're really looking forward to going to Harrow, Greg, and I'm so grateful that you'll be able to make that trip and obviously share your stories. And I do know for a fact that the Harrow Discovery Centre does cover everything that happened in 1868, but more importantly, they covered everything that happened in 1888. And I know for a fact that back in 1988, you didn't have as much grey hair as you have today, because I've seen the photos of the team, and there's a couple of people in that team that I know quite well. Eddie Graham Vanderbilt from South Australia, who plays at the Hills Flurio, and isn't he a character? But I'm sure that there were plenty of characters in that 1888 tour, and I bet you they've all got a lot more grey hair than what they had back then.
Absolutely. It comes with time. I think it's a distinguished look. I think self that happens in that during your aging process. I think, but obviously for our mob, that sort of that silver hair is very prominent.
Pride.
Where it was pride, yeah. Look, just talking about that catch, that was a fantastic catch out there, and he made some ground to get to that. When you talk about those catches like that, I mean, significant turning could be a turning point too as well. I mean, not underestimating the quality of batsmen that New Zealand do have heading towards its way as well. But that was a significant partnership that was formed too as well. And you look at those moments, and you need some of those moments like that to win you a game, and that was one of them. I think that will, a great catch and a classy batsman as well.
Yeah, and that partnership being told by monkey number one, Andrew Wheeler, there was 132. So we see Scott Pender now at the crease. He's off the mark. No, he's actually now moved to 2. So, and he's very quick between the wickets. And I think you talked about the number 4 batsman who's very clever at hitting the gaps. And Scotty Pender's that man, did a brilliant job today in the field as a boundary rider. Saved probably 20 or 30 runs with his efforts, and a play and a miss, quicker ball there by Craig Islingham outside the off stump. And Martin Pike unfortunately couldn't lay any bat on that, but if he did, it would have raced away to that third man boundary for 4. See the ball eased out to that deep point boundary, fielded by Tony Hickey, who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Scott McCarty. Kiwis now have moved for 2 for 164. Martin Pike batting brilliantly, the mainstay of the New Zealand innings, now moving on to 83 from 79. And that short pulled out to that deep square leg boundary, fielded by Brad Perdue out there. Scotty Pender looking to come back for the second, but Martin Pike not interested. We have a look at the field here. We have a short third man, Greg. We have a deep point, short cover. 2 straight, one at, I guess, a mid-off on the 30-metre mark, and one probably 10 metres left. So an extra cover, I guess we call that. Long on, deep mid-wicket, forward square leg, and backward square leg on the boundary as Gislingham into Pike, and he smashes that ball out to the deep cover. They're going to look for 2 here, and they should get back. Great throw there by Tony Hickey, but great running there by Scotty Pender. Makes his ground quite easily in the end and runs like a whippet, Greg.
When I first said, saw Scotty Pender a couple of weeks the other day, and I thought, God, I'll be checking this guy's age. He only looks about 23, 24. But he moves so well in the field and runs extremely hard in between wickets, which puts pressure on the batsman. Interesting field, setting that 6-3 field, of course, puts a lot of pressure on the bowler as well to bowl on bowl the lines too as well. But it gives you a chance. I haven't seen too many batsmen that play across the line to try and break the field up. I've noticed it with our guys yesterday, and I noticed with the Kiwis and also with the Aussie side too as well. They that 6-3 field that's been set. which then puts a strong emphasis on the bowler to say you must bowl at the field that is placed. But yeah, Scotty Pender, I was really impressed with him yesterday. He held the innings together and he really shaped their innings perfectly because he put pressure on fieldsmen by his sharp running. And his placement of the ball, I was extremely impressed with, and his ability to judge the field, to look at the field and work the balls as well. And he just quietly goes about building his innings of pushing the ones and twos. Of course, there's not many threes being run in this competition, hardly any. But very impressed with his cricket. Just a smart cricketer, a very smart cricketer. And of course, this guy is going to run away as well. It's pretty very fast out. That's well fielded.
No, that's 4. That's 4.
Yeah, I think that's 4. He's well.
Let him know it's 4.
He was over the fence.
He was over the fence.
He was over the fence there. He tried to drag it in. His body was over the line. He's saying yes, and the umpire's just signalling it now.
He was over when he grabbed the ball. We can see it from up here. Sorry, that was a 4, unfortunately, for Brad. A great effort there on the boundary line. And he dived horizontally to his left and stuck out his mitt. And unfortunately, the momentum of his running and body weight pushed him over his legs over the line. And when he picked the ball up, his legs were back over the other side of the line. So nice shot there from Martin Pike, who looks to play across the line that you spoke about a moment ago, Greg. And need to be careful. We saw a couple of LBs in that Australian innings where the guys were looking to play across the line and the ball was probably too full and obviously straight at the stumps. And that's what the Australians will look to do now is obviously to bowl straight and set fields accordingly as we see the ball hit down the ground by Martin Pike. He now goes to 90. So he's now into the 90s and he's only a few hits away from scoring his second century of the tournament. Good over there, and not sure what happened there, but maybe a mistake there by Paul Ryan, and the ball ricocheted off his shoulder and onto the pitch. So that's the 29th over, Greg. We're going to let you go at the drinks break, and it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the commentary box today and sharing what this tournament means to you and your culture and the mob and all the boys, and I'm glad that they've been a part of it. And we'll look to celebrate what's been a fantastic week tonight at the presentation dinner and looking forward
to a great week. Irrelevant of the weather. I mean, it's just, the weather is the weather and we can't change that. But whilst the weather's like that, it gives you a good opportunity to bond with your players too as well. And, a fantastic week, coming up and just mixing with players and playing a game that we all love. And, and when you're playing, you come up to the finals time like this, and the last couple of days have been sensational. The cricket, the level of cricket that I've seen has been really, really good.
I'm just going to stop you there, and you talk about the level of cricket. And Greg, you've played a lot of cricket, and you've travelled the world, been to England, and played some amazing cricket over in the UK. We see a playing a miss outside the off stump and taken there by Paul Ryan, who may have injured himself there taking that ball. I'm not sure, but that innings yesterday, and I've seen a lot of cricket as well, Greg, but that innings yesterday by William Moggs, 33 deliveries, 96 runs, dropped on 20, 9 sixes and 7 fours, I think it was. Stand to be corrected. But he just tore the attack apart. The New Zealanders had no answer, and we see that ball whipped away down to fine leg, and that's going to race away to the boundary before. But I might just get you to to share your thoughts. And you saw the game or the innings, and I've never seen anything like it.
I was, you know, be one of the fortunate spectators, and you yourself, and everyone at that ground, even in New Zealand players as well. What we witnessed yesterday was an incredible inning, and to see that powerful hitting, and to not only to just to one spot, it was all parts of the oval, and aggressive hitting, but controlled hitting as well. And I know that you mentioned on several occasions that which looked like it come from a second hand at the shed, with just black tape all over it. A Duncan Fernley, I think it was. And the way that he hit that ball was just controlled, effective hitting, and it was just effortless. And you know, to see, as you say, I've played a lot of cricket in my years, and I've seen a lot of great innings, but that was just an exceptional inning. And I was scoring, and I was in like flycatcher some of the shots, and even the umpires and the opposition, Scott, he is experienced. He's played a lot of cricket. Never ever has he seen such a brilliant innings as that, and we'll go a long way to see another innings like that again. But thanks, Self. I've had a great week. Great week to share with these guys. Great week to just share with the camaraderie amongst both. We're just going for a break now, but excellent. Looking forward to tonight. Looking forward to post competition, having a few ginger ales with everyone, and then unfortunately heading off home tomorrow. The week will end, but it's been fantastic.
Very good, Greg James, and I look forward to seeing you in Harrow in May. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have both you here, along with all of your other teammates and support staff here as well. And we wish you all the very best for the future. We also wish your team all the very best as their journey really has just commenced. And we look forward to following what they do next. And, if they get to New Zealand and maybe there's a national competition that can be formed, we'll wait and see and watch this space. And we'll be here to support every move that you make. So thanks very much again. Cheers. Thanks, Greg. So I'm just going to go and have a quick toilet break, and I'll be back here for the last 15 overs as the New Zealanders look to chase down this massive score set by the Australians of 353, needing 354 to win. We'll take a quick break and a word from our sponsor, Thinkle, the hilarious word association game. We'll be back shortly.
Party.
Oh,
wow. Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice!
Almost said topping.
Oh.
I almost said topping.
Curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's a well.
Oh, yeah.
Harrup pineapple.
It's pretty good. All right, crust.
Sounds amazing.
Mm.
That is sugar pie.
Welcome back. Quickest toilet break in history. The Graham Crawford, zooming from that Mackay airport end, currently has bowled 7 overs and has 1 for 46. That current run rate now, 11.53 required by the Kiwis. So we see Scotty Pender work that ball out to mid-wicket for 1. So 2 for 181. They need 172, the Kiwis, from just 89 deliveries. So a big gap. We're going to either see a lot of runs or a lot of wickets in the next 15 overs. As we see the ball whipped out to that deep square leg position. Craig Gislingham, the boundary rider out there, just for a single. So Martin Pike moves on to 92. Scotty Pender hits that, chips it over the short mid-wicket person in Richard Saniger out to Tony Hickey, who sprints off the boundary again and keeps the scoring to just 1. Every over here that the New Zealanders don't achieve that 11 is just going to keep increasing. So scoreboard pressure here. That's thrown up there by Graham Crawford and hit out to that cover area. We see Brad Perdue diving away again, throwing himself on the line, committed as the 13th man, supporting his teammates out in the field here today. And works that ball down to fine leg. See John Short down there trolling the boundary. So looks like there's 2 men off. John Short being one of those reserve players. So I'd say Matthew Drain may have had a bit of a spell because we heard that he had a calf injury. And that short outside off stump and an opportunity missed there by Martin Pike to smash that to the boundary. No protection out square of the boundary. So slaps himself on the thigh pad. Another good over there by the off spinner of Graham Crawford, who now has bowled 8 overs and has 1 for 51. Kiwis 2 for 186. And that required run rate now is up to 12. And as I mentioned, every over goes by and they're not maintaining that, it will increase and go through the roof. So 168 now required off 84 deliveries. So 2 a ball pretty much. That's the equation. My maths is pretty good. Hey, monkey number 1. It's been a great week sharing it with you. Andrew Wheeler, Mick McGough, Mark Horswell. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring everybody the live scores, live streaming, and you guys have made me look good or sound good. As we see Craig Gislingham resuming here. And that's very creative there by Scotty Pender as it's worked fine down to that fine leg boundary, and Brad Perdue runs around the boundary and returns back to keeper Ryan, and they get 2 runs. So we still don't have a correct answer yet for when was RJR established. We've had a couple of guesses. None have been correct at this point as the ball is played with soft hands there from Pender and worked down to that gully region. So good bowling here by the Giz. Martin Pike hits that ball out to the deep cover boundary. That's going to race away to 4. Oh no, great work there. Out on the boundary there by, not sure who that was. Richie Saniga stuck out the size 12 boot and was able to stop that ball from crossing the line. So 2 runs there to Pike, who moves to 93. And he goes again, and another drop catch there by Neil Grice at short cover. It was hit with a massive amount of power, so probably lucky to get 2 hands to it. But if they're going to stick, they have to stick. So another catch there, a lot of support now for Gricey, obviously, with that put down chance. And I would say that's catch number 5 or 4. 34. A lot of catches dropped, as Greg James mentioned earlier, and wasn't that great catching up with Greg James, who I think it's hit him too high there, hit him above the pads. A big appeal from both bowler and keeper. But yeah, Greg James, great man, great storyteller, great person. And an outside edge down there to third man. Well fielded by Phil Puller down there. And another over gone by the wayside. Craig Gislingham, 5 overs, none for 27. And that run rate now goes up to 12.38. 2 for 193. Martin Pike, 96 not out, looking for his 2nd century of the tournament. Really holding this innings together here for the Kiwis. I'll need to really start to get a wriggle on now if they're looking to try and take this game away from the Australians now. It's theirs to lose, I think. Going to have to be a lot of creative batting. They need at least 2 runs every delivery now. It's a big ask here for the Kiwis as we see Graham Crawford commence his last over. And that's worked just short in front of the square for a single. 2 for 194. Just want to say a massive thanks before we get to the end of this telecast for all of the support that we've received, not just here during the week, but to Andrew Knight for pretty much putting this entire tournament together. Stepped down now as the chair of Veterans Cricket Australia, and done a stellar effort allowing these over 50s and 55 cricketers the opportunity to play in the first ever over 55s tri-series tournament anywhere in the world. Now been recognised by the IMC, so all of the player stats will become official records. So Andrew, thank you so much for the work that you've put in, for organised the accommodation, the buses, the catering, the food, the functions, the umpires, groundsmen. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work that you put in, as we see just a single and brilliant fielding down there by John Short, keeping the score to just 1 run. So thank you, Andrew Knight, for your work. We wish you all the best in your future endeavours with cricket as you move into the 60s category. And I know I speak on behalf of everyone here this weekend or this week who's participated in this tournament. So thanks, mate. As we see Graham Crawford continuing here to Scott Pender. And Hoyk cross-batted shot out to that square leg boundary, where we see Craig Gislingham field that ball. It'll be quite difficult now fielding out that side of the ground with the sun directly in the player's eyes, which makes that catch by Tony Hickey even more special to remove Scott McCarty. As we see the ball just worked out to square leg for another easy single, and Martin Pike now moves to 98. So on the verge of his second century of the tournament. One of the leading run scorers here throughout the competition. Last delivery of Crawford's spell and hit straight down the ground just for one. So that's the completion of Graham Crawford's 9-over spell, and he has taken 1 for 56 from those 9 overs. So an economy rate of 6.2. So fair effort from the Pommy Aussie South Australian over 55's captain, who steered the South Australians to victory at the National Championships in Canberra recently. Had a good week with both bat and ball, and obviously leading his team to victory in the Nationals there at the ACT. So that run rate now has gone to 13. So it sort of seems like every couple of overs it goes up at least a run if these New Zealanders can't maintain that. Now they're looking at 13 and over. So becoming more and more difficult here with the run chase. And we know that there's some big hitters in the shed for the Kiwis, but it's starting to get away from them now. 156 from just 72 deliveries as we see Craig Gislingham commence his 6th over. And there's the start of it, is it? It's bounced away out to the boundary line, and a great shot there by Martin Pike, who, oh no, it's Scotty Pender. Sorry, I looked up and I saw him down there. I thought he hadn't run. So a lovely shot there by Scotty Pender. I thought it might have been Pikey's century, but that takes Pender to 25. That's his second boundary. And that is the 200 for the New Zealanders. So 2 for 202. And another 152 for victory as he looks to get another single there. But coming across to cut off any chance is Neil Grice at that short cover area. Scotty Pender goes bang out over extra cover, and it races away for another boundary 4, bouncing off the picket fences over there. So a lovely time shot. I actually lost it there for a minute, but I saw where his intent was, and difficult to pick up that pink ball. So another lovely shot. So is this the start for the Kiwis into the 34th over? And he looked to try and ramp that down to fine leg and outside the off stump, and good piece of keeping there from keeper Ryan. Whipped the bails off, but Pender hadn't moved that back foot. So good bowling by Craig Gislingham. Pender looking to utilise the pace of that quicker ball from Gislingham. A plainer miss outside that off stump. So another dot ball. He looked to angle that down to third man, but couldn't do that. So another very good over there from Craig Gislingham. And there were 8 runs off that over. 2 boundaries that we saw Pender smash out through, one through the covers and one out over mid-wicket to square leg region. So Gislingham has now bowled 6 overs and has none for 35. They're doing the job for the team, and saw the worm there before. Kiwis are below where the Australians were at the same stage. Australia were 2 for 241 at the same stage. 35 runs adrift are the Kiwis. We see another bowling change happening here at the completion of Graham Crawford's spell. Looks like the skipper's taken the ball. Just trying to get their fielders right in the right position here. See Johnny Stevens coming off the third man boundary. See Jed Mensforth being pushed out to that deep point boundary. We have a deep cover, a long off, long on, deep mid wicket. We have the inner field. No, we've got a change again. So the third man has now dropped down to the boundary and the deep point has come back into the ring. And a ball right up in the block hole as we see Martin Pike jam down on that. He now goes to 99. So good bowling there by Saniga. Off the shorter run at the moment. And that's been whipped over the top of the backward square leg away for another boundary for 4. So a loose delivery there from Richie Saniga. He'll be disappointed with that. But Scotty Pender wasn't going to miss out on capitalising on that. And so he's now decided to drop John Short back to fine leg with some changes made here, and the long on has come into the ring as the ball's driven to mid off there and well fielded by Craig Gislingham. And another ball down the leg side, and stifled appeal there by Saniga, maybe just trying to bluff the umpire not to call a wide. Dave Powell's been around for too long, not play that game, and signals a wide, so another score to the New Zealand team. And that's wide outside the off stump and jammed down to third man, and Pender's looking to come back for 2. And brilliant running there by Scotty Pender. Makes it easily in the end, but well fielded there down at third man by John Stevens. So 8 off this over so far, with 2 balls remaining. Scotty Pender's gone down to mid-on for another single. So 9 off the over as we see Martin Pike take up his position to face the last ball here from Richard Saniga, sitting on 99. Let's keep our fingers crossed. And brilliant bowling there by Richard Saniga. So we'll have to wait another delivery now. He gets beaten, jams down on that, and it goes through to the keeper. So the end of the over for Richard Saniga. 9 runs from that over, or 8 off the bat and a wide. So that's the completion of the 35th over. So 10 overs remaining here at the Jack Lancaster Oval at Harrup Park in Mackay, Queensland, where Australia set the Kiwis 353 from their allotted 45 overs. And the Kiwis are currently sitting at 2 for 215, needing another 139 runs from just 60 deliveries remaining. As we see, looks like Craig Gislingham's going to continue, but the required run rate now is getting up close to 14 and over now for the Kiwis. Ron Howard has joined the chat room here as we see Chris Craig Gislingham. And a leading edge there out to point. Didn't look like Scotty Pender was trying to hit it there. It looked like he was trying to hit it out of it mid-wicket. A leading edge there. Takes the score to 216. Got Martin Pike on strike on 99. Craig Gislingham, left arm around the wicket. To Martin Pike, who goes bang down the ground. And there it is. Raise your bat, Martin Pike. A fabulous century, mate. And very, very well batted, mate. A second century here. As the crowd goes wild on the hill, and both Pender and Pike come together and embrace for what was a very, very well compiled century there by Martin Pike. 100 runs off 96 deliveries, 13 fours and a strike rate of 104. Well batted, mate. And now it's time to unleash as we see a ball squirted away down to that third man boundary. And that may race away for 4 down there, and it has. Fabulous shot there from Scotty Pender. And he now races into the 40s, moves to 41 from 33. So doing the job that the Kiwis need, but they need a lot more to come yet. And he goes out in front of square leg. And we see Jed Mensforth field that well and return it into the bowler's end, and they get through for another single. So Scott Pender, 42, current score. Richie Beno, 2 for 222. As we see Martin go airborne over cover. And a good little bit of fielding there by Johnny Short. Sticks out the size 14 boot and saves a couple of runs there. So good fielding there by John Short. So 103 people now watching this game as we look to come towards the end of this tournament. As we see Pikey go down the ground and Neil Grice gets under it and looks like he was nearly going to drop it and made hard work of it, but a good catch in the end, and lots of congratulations to Mark Pike. Great sportsmanship shown here by the Aussies as we see the farewell of Martin Pike. A magnificent innings there, and unfortunately it's come to an end as he looked to try and increase the tempo. He'll be an exhausted man at the end of this week. Second century, fabulous knock, 102 runs, 98 balls faced today. Been out there for 143 minutes, 13 fours and a strike rate of 104.1. Fabulous knock, and he raises his bat as he crosses the line and gets a great round of applause from his teammates. So well batted, Martin Pike. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you all week. Compile runs with those majestic cover drives. Been an absolute spectacle to watch, and we hope that everyone watching here today and over the week has enjoyed watching Martin bat. So now we see Chris Jeffries come to the crease, and he is a man mountain and he is on a mission, and this is set up perfectly for Chris Jeffries. We saw him play some powerful shots yesterday with some massive sixes to help the Kiwis chase down that large score set yesterday by the Australian over-50s Aboriginal team of, I think it was 314. And Chris Jeffries was instrumental in that run chase. So don't go away. This game's not over by a long way at this point with Chris Jeffries and Chris Pender out there. Sorry, Scotty Pender. And we see Ronnie Howard's joined our chat room. I'll get to him in a minute as we see the ball hit down the ground by Pender for one. But Ronnie Howard Said, how well is Pikey, our Onslow Firehawks and Wellington Wanderers captain batting? So good and looking forward to having him join the 60s fold. Keep going, Marty. So unfortunately, Marty's out now, but fantastic knock there by Martin Pike. Party Mike, aisle 26, Cake Tin salutes you and his remarkable century. So thanks, Willie from New Zealand. Hope you've enjoyed watching your mate make 100, second 100 of the tournament. Obviously a class cricketer and well liked over in that Wellington region. As we see Saniger into Chris Jeffries, and he looks to go down the ground along the carpet. Down to long on. Very well fielded down there by Phil Puller. So interesting shot there from Scotty Pender. Gave himself room, got down on one leg and played a late cut shot down to third man. He moves on to .44. So expect some fireworks here from CJ. And he's not going to die wondering here. Ball outside off stump and look to try and hit it all the way to the boundary over that mid-wicket long on area. Big swing, no ding there, CJ. Hold your shape, mate. As I said, we'll see some fireworks from Chris Jeffries here. He can hit a long ball. We've seen that all week. And he eases the ball out into that cover area. Completion of Richie Saniger's 7th over. And has one for 38. So that run rate, he just keeps going up. It's 15.7 now. Is the required asking rate. We're starting to get way out of control here for the Kiwis. They need 126 off just 48 deliveries. I started by thanking a few people around the place and I got as far as Andrew Knight. So, Knighty, once again, thanks again, mate, for all of this work and support that you've done behind the scenes. And unfortunately, you couldn't be here to enjoy this spectacle, but I hope you've enjoyed this live coverage here today. I'd also like to thank Pierre Flavel over in New Zealand for putting all of the work in to get these Kiwis here. And they've done a power of work, only having 11 players for the entire trip, but what they've lacked in numbers, they've made up in their efforts out on the field today, and they played 3 games straight. Big ask for some of these guys. We see Chris Jeffries hit the ball out to mid-wicket for an easy single. So, Pierre, thank you for all of the work that you've done at that New Zealand end. Be a part of this inaugural tri-series of over 55's cricket, and it's a lot more to come as we see pace off there from Craig Gislingham. Wiley left arm off spinner. And while thanking the teams, I'd like to thank Matty Lewis and the guys that have supported him in allowing the over 50s Australian Aboriginal team to be formed for the very first time. As we see a late cut there from Jeffries, just a single. So Matty Lewis, thank you so much for all of your work, and obviously great disappointment that you broke your foot during this carnival at the second ball of the competition, and we have no doubt that you'll be back bigger and better next time we do something like this, and would have made a big difference to your team's finishing position, I have no doubt. As we see an opportunity there, and both batsmen caught in the middle of the crease, saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and they eventually get through. As a great effort there by Richie Saniger. May have injured his left hand there. He He's looking at it. And maybe an opportunity for a catch and then maybe an opportunity for a run out. So good opportunity here for Chris Jeffries to utilise that breeze that's eased off a little bit, I think, this afternoon. Not a cloud in the sky here in Mackay. And a cut shot down to third man and well fielded down there by Phil Puller. For the last ball of the over. There's been 5 singles, so another good over here by the Australians. We see the current run rate up, heading towards 17 now. And outside edge from Pender down to backward point. So a good over there by Craig Gislingham, conceding just 6 runs from that over. Sees him complete his 8th over and taken 1 wicket for 50 runs. So some more information being fed to us from Jim Morrison, who obviously has nothing to do over there in New Zealand, representing the International Masters Cricket. But Martin Pike is the first player to score centuries in each of his first 2 international innings. And guess what, Jim? They're both against Australia. So well done to Martin Pike for being that person to score their first 2 international centuries. And a lot of confusion here. Bats dropped. Leg by there. We see Paul Ryan returning Pikey's bat. Good gesture there from you, Paul. And another bit of information about Martin Pike, who's obviously in great form. He also scored 113 not out and 125 not out in his last 2 innings of the IPT, which is their national tournament, which were his 2 previous over 50 innings. So that's 4 centuries in 5 innings for Pike. And now we've got a correction. As we see Chris Jeffries flick that ball off his hip and over the square leg player, and a couple of bounces for 4 runs as it banged into the picket fences out there. Apparently Ali Bakari from Wales also scored hundreds in his first games, but they were in a different age category, over 40s and then over 50s. So nice correction there, Jim, but still a great performance by Martin Pike. Be that second player that scored centuries in consecutive games in his first 2 representative games for his country. So good company to be with Ali Bakari, an absolute champion of veterans cricket in the world. And I don't know where that went, but I think that went over the boundary at square leg for 6. So Chris Jeffries on a roll here. Gone 4-6, so 10 off 2 balls here. And he's raced to 15 from just 9, so 3 for 245. Brought that run rate down. The required run rate now is down under 17. I don't know what's happening with our sound here, but I believe I'm back. Yeah, Flavel's keeping me up to date, and I'm sorry if we dropped out there, but we've got Richard Tanninger bowling up in the block hole. They're looking for 2 here, and Scotty Pender was interested, but Chris Jeffries wasn't. Maybe I'm pushing wrong buttons or accidentally pushing those wrong buttons, so apologies if we lost the sound there. It's Saniga in, and moving across his stumps is Pender as he works the ball down to fine leg for another single. And 94 people watching here as we see Saniga into Jeffries, and it's clean bowled. And we saw this happen late in the Australian innings. Saniga's pretty excited, pumped up here. And I'm hoping that nothing was said there. I see Chris Jeffries standing there and looking back at the Australians, so not the way that we want to see the game. So a good innings, short and sharp there from Chris Jeffries, but disappointing from the Kiwi. Bowled for 16 from just 11. And I thought that he was going to cause a lot of headaches there for the Australians. So obviously Richie is happy to see the back of him after being hit for 2 consecutive boundaries, 1-4 and 1-6. So a lot of emotion in this game, I guess, and you can see what this game means to both teams. Obviously playing hard out on the ground, but we know after the game they kiss and make up and share a beer and enjoy each other's company, which is what veterans cricket's about. So New Zealand now 4 for 247. Required run rate is 107 from just 36 deliveries. So 6 overs remaining. The end of the 39th over. So Richie Saniga has now bowled 8 overs and taken 2 for 50 with an economy rate of 6.3. So we see Wayne Robbins now come out to the crease, and we saw yesterday he has the ability to go at 2 a ball. I think he made 50 odd yesterday off about 20 odd deliveries. So he has the ability to smash boundaries and pick the gaps and run hard. And the bloke at the other end, we know Scotty Pender can pick the gaps and do exactly the same. So he's gone straight down the ground. That's gone a long way up in the air. We see Neil Grice under it. And unfortunately, he's turfed that running backwards, a difficult catch. And unfortunately, he's hit the ground hard. I think he's picking himself up here. So 2 runs to Scotty Pender, takes him to the 50. So well done to you, Scotty, as we see Wayne Robbins come down and celebrate. A great knock there so far. You see the ball hit down to long on. Scotty Pender, 50 from 42 deliveries. And he's hit 5 fours. I hope the sound is coming through. I'm being told it's a little bit distorted, so apologies for that. But it's outside my pay scale to get the sound right. I want to thank everyone that's tuned in over the week-long tournament here. We've been having some fabulous numbers with our live stream. A few technical issues as we see the ball punch quickly out to short cover, picked up by Richard Saniga. So that sees Wayne Robbins off the mark with a quick single. But we've had up to 1,700 views, and I have no doubt that we'll crack the 2,000 views from this final today as we see an opportunity for a stumping there. As we see Scotty Pender dance down the wicket and try and work it out over that square leg boundary. And I think that bounced off Paul Ryan's gloves and maybe bounced off his chest. So an opportunity missed there from the Australians. At this stage of the game, conceding runs is probably the #1 priority. As we see the ball hit straight down the ground by Scotty Pender. We see John Short running around the boundary, but unfortunately can't get across in time as we see the ball crossing the boundary line for another boundary to Pender. So we'll need to see a lot more of that from the Kiwis here as they move to 4 for 255. So it's under 100 now, but only 31 deliveries remaining. So up above 19 and over now required. So a big ask here by the Kiwis, but they won't die wondering as a short ball outside the off stump. And a slight fumble there from Paul Ryan. And that's a bye to the score. So good over there by Craig Gislingham sees the completion of his spell, and he's bowled his 9 overs out, taken 1 for 58 and an economy rate of 6.4. So good bowling here by the Australians at the death, and a tough ask here by the Kiwis, now requiring 19.6 and over, 98 runs from just 30 deliveries remaining. We see that ball cut away to that deep third man boundary. And we see Johnny Stevens put his body on the line, diving in the mud down there. Check out the mud on the legs there, Steve-O. Great effort by you down there. Saved a couple of runs as we see Pender come back for 2. And he moves to 57. So Pender looking for gaps in the field where he can hit boundaries now. And he's found one of them. No, not quite. Brilliant work down there at the fine leg boundary by John Short. And they just get the 1 run. I think Scotty Pender was looking to try and go square over that square leg fielder who's in the ring. So good work by John Short down there. I'd also like to thank all of our commercial partners that have supported us over this long week of cricket here in Mackay, and that's a big shout for LBW. And Dave Powell's raised his finger straight away, so disappointment there for Wayne Robbins. Given out and adjudged LBW. He walked across his crease there and obviously been adjudged LBW in front of the stumps. And he's now on his way back to the pavilion for 1. A disappointment there for Wayne Robbins, but he's also had a great tournament with both bat and gloves. And being from the Backstoppers Union, I'm always here to support the backstoppers. And speaking of backstoppers, another backstopper that's done a great job all week in the games he's played has been Paul Ryan. Tough conditions keeping and opening the batting, but done a fantastic job behind the stumps. Obviously getting tireder as the week progresses, and spent a lot of time playing cricket this week. Plenty of runs. So we see Brent Fleming now at the crease, joining Scotty Pender. So we'll see some very aggressive running from these two, but they probably at this stage need 4s and 6s to get them over the line here. And we see a push out to point. And, quite funny, really. Jed Mensforth threatens to throw the stumps down, but he probably can't throw that far. But good job there by Jed after a brilliant innings today of 88, his highest international score. And the ball off the pads there. Pender looking to hit that square leg boundary again, so another leg bye to the score. But our commercial partners, I'd like to thank Finkel for the games that they have provided for the player of the day, awarded by the umpires. We see a ball hit to mid-on and not sure whether they were going to take a single. I'd also like to thank RJR for providing the 4-piece cricket balls that we've had great raps from all of the players competing in this tournament. So thank you to Ryan Armstrong there. Thank you to Andrew Rumbelow from Finkel. And if you're looking for a good family game, finkel.com.au is where you need to go, and you can order that game online. I'd also like to thank Sixt Car and Truck Rental, and to Rob Jaffa and the team at head office for supporting Veterans Cricket Australia. We know that veterans cricketers all around Australia are supporting the orange brand of Sixt. So we say thank you to the team there, and also the team here in Mackay at the Mackay Airport. They've been absolutely brilliant to deal with. So if you're ever heading to Mackay and you need a rental, make sure that you think orange and take that sixth option. And highly recommended. I got here on the first day and I booked a high ace van that I could throw all the kit bags in, and I was told I was going to be upgraded, and I thought, you beauty, I'm getting a BMW with a trailer, but I ended up getting a truck, and it's been absolutely sensational and easy to drive, and great addition to the fleet here that we've had running around after the players all week. So thanks to Sixth, as we see change of bowling here with Tony Hickey back into the attack, and another single there to the New Zealanders out to cover. Good piece of fielding there by Craig Gislingham. Other people we'd like to thank are the Mackay Cricket Association and Brownie and Mel, two workers, and Pete and his curating team, as we see Pender look to hit the ball out over the boundary at just a little bit of a chip and bunt, and it lands short of Purdue at deep backward square leg. They get back for 2 runs. But to the Mackay Cricket Association, thank you so much for all of your hard work and endeavours to allow us to play on these magnificent grounds. And as you can see in this live stream, it's excellent conditions, and the players really appreciate the efforts that have been made here at Mackay with such wet weather. And they come back for 2. To Lloyd Blomfield out at Walkerston Cricket Club. I keep saying that, but Walkerston Cricket Club. We had the opportunity to play 3 games out there, allow us to get the completed competition playing on a hard wicket. And if you've got a hard wicket at your cricket club, some of the things I've seen here as we see Pender go bang to that deep cover boundary for another 4, and he now races to 66 from 52. The Kiwis need 83 from just 20 deliveries, so just about an impossible ask now. The run rate 24 and over. And that, in my summation, is 4 sixes or 6 fours, and just about an impossibility. As we see, clean bowled, and Tony Hickey takes his first wicket. As we see Scotty Pender, after a magnificent 66, depart the scene here, being clean bowled, and congratulations all round from all of the players. Great knock there by Scotty Pender, and another player that's had a fantastic tournament here in Mackay this week. And we thank you for your contribution to this tournament over the games that the Kiwis have played. So the work, as I was saying, the hard wicket. If you've got a hard wicket at your cricket club, do yourself a favour and get a set of covers, because if it's going to rain, we were able to have anywhere between 5 and 20 mil of rain overnight, and hard wickets that are wet are pretty difficult to play on, ruining bats and ankles, and become quite slippery. And covers on the pitch, Hessians on the run-ups with covers over those, absorbing all of the moisture out of the ground, and the guys definitely appreciated the efforts that your cricket club at Walkerston, which is about 15 k's west of Mackay, and fantastic asset for this community in a cricket-loving centre in North Queensland, Mackay. So thanks, Lloyd, to your team, and appreciate the 2 mows the Oval got under difficult conditions. That enabled us to complete this tournament and get here, this position that we're in today, where everyone had the opportunity to play each other. So thanks again, Lloyd. So the score, 6 for 271. 2 batsmen at the crease have just entered the arena, as we see Tony Hickey into the baby giraffe. And hasn't he had a fabulous week with the ball? Bowled exceptionally well and troubled most of the top order batsmen of the Australian team. So good on you, Steve Hewson, sorry. I'm getting tired. It's been a long week here. I'm starting to slur my words. I apologise, but trying to get thanks out to all of the people that have been supportive at this tournament. To the team managers and scorers that we've had throughout the course of this tournament from both teams. To Greg James from the Over-50s Aboriginal team. To Andrew Wheeler and Michael McGough from the Australian team. And to the support that we've received from the Kiwis, I say thank you very much, guys, for your support, for enabling us to bring some accurate scoring and keeping good mate here to my left of me on his toes right throughout. And Mark Horswell, thanks, mate, for all of your efforts. I know that we've had some great moments here, watching some great cricket and bringing some live streaming action. People not just in Australia and New Zealand, but right around the world. So thank you for your commitment to the cause and to NV Play. A few moments in setting up, but I think we're just about there now. We're not far away, but it seemed like every day we discovered something else that we could have go wrong. And today we couldn't get the camera working. And to Perth Mail over in Christchurch and Chris Skyring in the back end doing a marvellous job for us. As we see a bowling change and Neil Grice coming back to bowl a couple more overs at the death, which is probably not what he wants after having bowled earlier in the day and this latter part of the day. But the NV Play team, a great platform, and if you're considering NV Play, check out the camera and the quality of the production here. We really appreciate your support and allowing us to share these memories with everyone right around the world. To Adelaide Backstage, who provided the sound equipment. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear when I say this, but I got a 1, 2, 3 short course as I left Adelaide and brought the road mixer with us, as we see Huey outside edge down to third man, and John Stevens unfortunately couldn't get behind that ball and missed that 4 straight between his legs, I think. And better off diving, mate. Unfortunately, let that ball go through the boundary line. So getting late in the day now. Everyone's played a lot of cricket. We see another 4 go to the New Zealand score. A very respectable score here, really. 6 for 278, chasing 353. As we see, hit on the pad and it's a leg by, so not out was the decision there from Dave Powell. A couple more people I want to thank here. Also, it's Cole Morris from the Mackay Umpires Association. Provided quality umpires for us throughout the week, and obviously without umpires we don't have a game, as we see a ball right up in the block held by Grice, and probably another leg by as Dave Powell raises his right leg and gives it a tap. But the umpires have done a fantastic job for us here. They present the Best Player Award, which is the Thinkle game, word association game. So thank you to Cole and your umpires throughout the course of the week. You've done a great job. We see a great bit of fielding there by Neil Grice late in the day, getting down low. Not appreciating that, I'll bet, but in the follow-through, restricting the runs. So that's the completion of the 43rd over. So 2 overs remaining here. I'm not going to mention what the run rate required is now, but obviously out of the grasp of the Kiwis. So at the completion of this game, we'll do a quick pack up, do a presentation. We'll look to try and do the awarding of medallions to the winning team. And at this stage, it looks like it'll be the Aussies who will be victorious here. We see Tony Hickey commencing the penultimate over here, and the ball's driven down the ground to long on, just for a single, and brilliant fielding down there by John Short. Done a great job here, filling in for the injured Matthew Drain, who has a slight calf strain after spending a lot of time in the middle batting throughout the course. And we see another quick single there by Hewson out to cover. Trying to think who else I need to thank here, and I'm sure I'm going to forget someone, so I apologise if I do that. To Ocean International, our accommodation providers here throughout the course of the week. Brilliant fielding there and the follow through by Tony. Nice shot there by, I think that's Fleming on strike. Didn't get a run. So Fleming on strike here. As you see the ball whipped out to mid-wicket. Well fielded there by Graham Crawford. If you're ever in Mackay and you want somewhere to stay, we can highly recommend the Ocean International. It's a couple of minutes drive from the Harrup Park complex, right on the front beach in Mackay. And we see that ball worked away to third man. Very well fielded down there by Phil Puller. Great pool, great restaurant and bar facilities. The beds and pillows are definitely world class. Had great night's sleep right throughout the tournament. And you get up onto that 4th and 5th floor, I think you can actually see over the top of the tree line the ocean, which is only a minute's walk away. As we see that ball whipped away to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So Tony Hickey straying down the leg side, but a great shot there to Fleming, and 8 off that. Hickey over. Takes the score to 6 for 288. And in most games of cricket, 288 would win a game of cricket, but the Aussies batted exceptionally well today. So great intent early on, and compiled, I believe it's the 6th largest score in international masters cricket across all age groups. And fantastic innings here by the Australians, led well by the 2 openers at the start of the innings in Mensforth and Ryan, and then very well backed up by Clint Kebley in that middle order. You got 70 odd as well. But we'll give you a rundown of the score shortly, and then we'll get some medallions presented. We see the ball worked out there by Huey. Baby Giraffe, as he's known to his teammates, and no wonder. I think he's 8'14". Current sports editor at New Zealand Radio, based out of Wellington. So what a lovely job that would be, coordinating sport on the radio. I could only dream of having a job like that. As we see the ball hit high into the air, I don't think it's going to be a catch, but it is brilliantly taken there by Richard Saniga. So that sees the end of Fleming there, who is out for 10, and a great catch. I didn't think he was going to get there in the end, but a running catch. So that's potentially been the difference here today. And I noticed one of the comments earlier in our live feed that catches win matches, and the Australians have definitely picked up their game since the earlier games where they dropped a lot of catches in those preliminary games, and we saw them working extremely hard in the warm-up here today with their catching. So good catch there. Disappointing end there to Brent Fleming, who made 10 from 10 deliveries. Hit 1 boundary. So the end is near here for this game, as we see the Kiwis now 7 for 289. Fantastic effort by the boys from across the ditch to attempt this run chase. But the Australian players have performed very well here today with both bat and ball and in the field. A few simple catches have gone down, but some difficult ones have been taken, and we saw a great catch out on that deep mid-wicket boundary by Tony Hickey to remove the dangerous Scott McCarty. A great running catch, jumping in the air and taking I won't say a chest mark, but I think he would have turned around and gone back and slotted that ball through the goals for a 6-pointer as we see Neil Grice into Dave Goldingham. Now, last over of this tri-series international here in Mackay. Don't know if I thank Pete and his crew, the curators, but they've done a great job. And I hope you've enjoyed the commentary and the live stream throughout the tournament as we see the ball work to square leg and no run. So 2 deliveries remaining here in what's been a fantastic first up over 55's international tournament. And the quality of cricket surely warrants a World Cup, and the IMC should seriously consider putting something together as we see that last ball hit by Goldingham out to the deep third man boundary, and it's picked up just inside the rope there by Jed Mensforth. And it was the second last ball, so sorry about that. I'm getting a bit excited and a bit ahead of myself. I'm looking to wrap this up pretty quickly here. But I'd like to thank all of the listeners who've tuned in over the course of this week with our live commentary. We've had our moments, but here we are at the end as we see a dot ball to finish proceedings. And that is the end of the game and the final, and congratulations to Australia. As we see the boys on the hill jump up and down and congratulate the Australians on what's been a fantastic tournament, not just by the Australians, but also by the New Zealanders and also the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. And what's been a landmark occasion for over 55's veterans cricket here in Mackay as we see players exchanging hands, and we might quickly go through the scorecard here. As we know, the Australians batted first, and I won't go through their scorecard, but the Australians batted first and made 6 for 353. We might just have a look at the star performers, quickly go through the batting lineup of the Australians and quickly get their innings up here. We see Jed Mensforth made 88 from 94 deliveries. Paul Ryan made 85 from 76. Matthew Drain 39 from 29, and Clint Kebley remains 73 not out from 42 deliveries. Phil Puller a quick fire 23, and Graham Crawford 21. Best with the ball for the New Zealanders was their captain, fearless leader Scott McCarty, picking up 3 wickets from his 8 overs for a 64, and Craig Gibb getting a couple of vital wickets at that stage when they hadn't secured a wicket, and he took 2 for 49. So Australia set the Kiwis 300 and something, 353, 354 to win, and the New Zealanders said about it. Unfortunately lost Craig Gibb early, who made 5 from 8. Martin Pike, the standout bat for the New Zealanders, making 102 from 98. We had Scott McCarty make 59 from 76. Scotty Pender 66 from 53. Chris Jeffries 16 from 11. Wayne Robbins 1. And Steve Hewson 9 not out. Dave Goldingham 2 not out. Best of the bowlers from the Australians' point of view, Tony Hickey bowled exceptionally well early, took 1 for 51. Richie Saniga, the skipper, took 3 for 55. Neil Grice took 1 for 40. And Steve O'Nunn for 24. Graham Crawford 1 for 56, and Craig Gislingham 1 for 58. So we're seeing both teams coming together to exchange congratulations at the end of this game. We might wrap this commentary up here, and we'll get down and present the medallions to the players, and then we'll get on to the presentation dinner tonight at Harrup Park. So thank you. This is Anthony Telfer from SOC TV and Harrup Park in Mackay, Queensland. Thanking you all very much for tuning in to us over this past week, and we hope that you've enjoyed the live commentary and also the pictures we know that we've enjoyed bringing it to you, and we'll catch you again real soon at a veterans cricket ground nearby. Thanks for joining us, and good night and goodbye.